a celebratory announcement. Councillor Wilco Hamilton has been elected the chair of the BC caucus of FCM. And so just a round of applause for the hard work that he has done and will now continue to do even more. So thank you for putting yourself forward, and it's much appreciated. With that, I will pass it over to Councillor. Oh, I appreciate that. I was trying to get these in first. I do want to acknowledge respectfully that the land on which we're gathered today is the unceded territory of the Comox First Nation, the traditional keepers of this land. And thank you for that. And with that, I'll pass it over to Councillor Hillian.
Thank you, Mayor. The City of Courtenay Council, in response to requests from our residents, expresses deep concern about the ongoing war in Israel and Palestine and the impact on our community members who, like many Canadians, and particularly those with family members and friends in the region, are devastated by the conflict between the government of Israel and Hamas. We condemn the October 7th massacre of 1,200 Israeli citizens and the staggering death toll of Palestinian civilians in Gaza, which has surpassed 36,000, with 70% of the victims being women and children. We note the reported increase in hate-motivated attacks and racism in Canada since October. And we reaffirm that racism, anti-Semitism, and Islamophobia have no place in any society and should not be tolerated in Courtenay or anywhere else. We join with the Parliament of Canada in calling for an immediate ceasefire and permanent end to the conflict, including the release of all hostages and the immediate provision of and secure access to humanitarian aid for all those in dire need who are impacted by the violence. We also call on our Canadian government to continue working with the international community towards a secure and lasting peace. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hillian. And I was made aware of an incident involving racism in our community just in the past week. And just a statement that, you know, our strength lies in our diversity and unity. Racism divides and weakens us. We must boldly reject hate and racism and embrace love and equality. By standing together, we can create a vibrant, inclusive community where every voice is heard and valued. Let's celebrate our differences and build a future where everyone feels they belong. Together, we can inspire change and illuminate the path forward to a brighter, safer community. If you experience or witness racism in our community, please report it to the Comox Valley Community Justice Center. Resources exist there, and they're being built as we speak as well through the Community Justice Center, along with community partners who have been active in this work for many years, responding to acts of hate. And again, thanks, Councillor Hillian. And next we have Councillor McCollum.
Thanks, Mayor. I'd like to share that June is Brain Injury Awareness Month, and I have a proclamation to read on that. Whereas brain injury can affect anyone regardless of age, gender, ethnic, or social background, and whereas all types of injury, those to the brain are among the most likely to result in death or permanent disability. And whereas many of these injuries will result in permanent cognitive, physical, emotional, and or behavioral impairment, significant enough to prevent a return to everyday way of life, creating serious hardships for the individuals, their family, and society in general. And whereas education and awareness are the keys to the prevention of brain injury, and whereas the promotion of safety devices such as sports helmets, hard hats, and seat belts is vital to the prevention of brain injuries. And whereas the most recent unhoused point-in-time count in the Comox Valley revealed that 44% of respondents expressed having an acquired brain injury, and whereas the Comox Valley has a uniquely increased risk of brain injury to our population due to our high senior population, the toxic drug supply epidemic, an unhoused population spike due to a housing crisis, and our community's love of outdoor sports. And whereas the mission of the Comox Valley Head Injury Society is to promote the health and well-being of our participants through advocacy, education, skill development, and community integration, and to reduce incidences of brain injury in our community through the prevention-based education throughout the year, and especially during the month of June. The City of Courtenay hereby proclaims June 2024 as Brain Injury Awareness Month in Courtenay, BC.
Thanks, Councillor McCollum. That's much appreciated. And finally, just a reminder that on Friday, June 21st, Comox First Nation will be presenting the National Indigenous Peoples Day celebration at the Comox Valley Exhibition Grounds. We encourage all Comox Valley residents to come out and participate in workshops and knowledge sharing, food and craft vendors, environmental walks at the Solom River, cultural presentation, and live music from local and visiting Indigenous performers. This event provides an opportunity to celebrate and honor all Indigenous communities, recognizing their strength, sharing cultural knowledge into diversity, and celebrating their resilience. And there are no late items that I'm aware of, so we'll move into the adoption of minutes. If somebody can move the adoption of the special council minutes from May 15th and May 22nd. Excellent. Are there any errors or omission on either of those council minutes? And seeing none, we will accept them unanimously accepted, and we'll move into presentation. And our first sorry, my apologies. I didn't mention I was going to do that. So moving on to our first presentation from BC Housing, and I believe we have Sarah Smith to present, and I believe it's going to be on Zoom. Hi, Sarah.
Hi, can you hear me okay?
We can hear you just fine.
Oh, fantastic. Okay, great. Firstly, Tara Schmidt, Senior Manager, sends her regrets. She's not well today, so you'll just have me. Thank you, Mayor Wells and Council, for the invitation to provide an update on our provincial commitment to housing, including a new purpose-built shelter for this community. As you know, the acquisition of the property at Braidwood and Ryan Road was formalized at the end of March. And we've been working with our design partners and our construction
Sarah,
manager.
just
Yes.
every now and again, it's like you're underwater and then you're fine again. So I don't know if the microphone's in a great place, but it is, you become very muffled and hard to copy on this side.
Okay, I'll try really hard not to move. That might help. Is this okay?
It seems okay. And maybe, you know, if you use the outside voice just to overcome any technical gremlins that might be in the machine. I always blame the computer, so.
All right, I will try and use my outside voice. So we've been working with our design partner and construction manager on critical due diligence work on the property, including working with the Comox First Nation on archaeological site protocols and processes. We've also initiated meetings with your city planning staff regarding the rezoning, and we're in the final stages of addressing all of the items required for the rezoning intake application. Concurrently with this work, we're also working on a detailed strategy for meaningful engagement with the immediate neighbors and the community partners, which will include a focused engagement session and an online discussion guide. So the discussion guide will be available very soon on our website, as well as we plan to make physical copies available for the surrounding neighbors and the community.
You're fading away again.
My apologies. Perhaps it's time for a new computer.
Yeah, it may be when you're leaning forward, and just for the gallery, we can hear when it's not working, so we don't need comments from the gallery tonight. Thank you very much. All right, back to you, Sarah.
Okay. So the discussion guide that we're working to make available to the neighbors, community, and of course to City Council will contain preliminary site plans, building plans, as well as an electronic form and a survey. So our goal is to make detailed information available on what a purpose-built shelter is, what supportive housing is, along with early design massing. And we want it to be accessible to all community members as we want design input early on in the process. So information received as part of this engagement will then allow us to integrate comments into the designs and the development permit application. So I want to acknowledge that our nonprofit partners and support societies in this community have been doing incredible work providing sheltering in commercial and other buildings that are not designed as shelters. So what we have here is thoughtful design of a purpose-built shelter and support complex with the goal of providing wraparound supports and services available 24/7, allowing guests to be supported not only with access to beds, but also meals through the dining room, showers, lockers, storage for personal belongings, consideration for pets that could sometimes otherwise prevent folks from coming indoors. We're working to integrate computers, access to legal aid, and most critically, access to healthcare and mental health services. So we're trying to be really thoughtful in our design, and we really are excited to share what the preliminary designs are with the immediate neighbors. What we've learned is that we know this community is really eager to understand the specifics on the number of beds, the number of housing units, and our exact timelines. But we really want to be respectful of the immediate neighbors. So our current strategy is to notify the immediate neighbors of the discussion guide and it going live. And we'll of course share that with city staff and council, as well as update folks on when we're going to be able to do an engagement session. So with that in mind, I'd love to turn it over and answer any specific questions that Mayor and Council might have for me.
All right, thanks for the update, Sarah. It's much appreciated. And we have Councillor Morin.
Great, thank you, Mayor. Thanks, Sarah, for the update. A couple questions. One of them is, I know that there's many supportive housing units across the province, and I'm sure you've learned a lot from all of those and even within our own community. So the first question is, will there be a way to incorporate any feedback from either the service providers or the clients in existing supportive housing, or even shelters for that matter, to help inform kind of best practice around this? That's the first question. And the second question is...
Maybe we'll let her answer the first question.
Okay,
and then
sure, absolutely.
Yeah.
And maybe I'm not allowed to have two questions. I just realized that.
I wasn't going to say anything unless
Okay.
other lights come on. So
All right, well,
we'll do the one question and we'll pass it back to Sarah.
Thank you for the question, Councillor. Again, really excited to share this discussion guide with the community, because I think it really makes it more accessible for anyone in the community to really reach out and provide both design feedback as well as operational feedback to us. In addition to the design guideline, which will be a virtual document, we are going to be doing an engagement with the community, as well as I'm working to set up a design charrette with the local nonprofit providers and service providers specifically, so that we can ensure that we're really taking the community specific advice into account when we're getting into the details of the support complex and the supportive housing.
Excellent. Thanks for that. I don't see any further lights. So back to Councillor Morin for subsequent.
thank you for that latitude. The second question is around also models in terms of community advisory committees and things like that. I believe that we have that at the Junction as well as the Lodge. I believe. So will that be part of those? I know we're asking for kind of a sneak peek of what you're going to be providing, but will that be part of the model or design proposals going forward as well, so that folks in the neighborhood have a direct kind of line of communication to what's going on there? Thanks.
Yeah, absolutely. Another great question. Thank you, Councillor. So we've been working with our operations colleagues to set out the terms of the operator RFP, request for proposal. So we're really hoping to release that in later this summer, as we understand and appreciate involvement from the nonprofit operator who will eventually operate both the purpose-built shelter as well as the supportive housing is really critical. And having them as part of the engagement is ideal, so that we can speak to all of those questions about direct contacts for the immediate neighbors and for the community. And what we've seen from the communications we have received is this community is really engaged and energetic and really very excited to provide feedback on both the supportive housing and the shelter. So that will certainly be part of the conversation once we engage with the nonprofit operator.
Excellent. Thanks for that. Councillor Jolicoeur.
Thanks, Mayor. Nice to see you, Sarah. Thanks for making the time to come give the community an update. In the announcement from the province and BC Housing around the project and the purchase of the land, it did give some insight, and you shared it in your update around the design, and I'm looking forward to seeing that come forward. One of the things that we know through the BC Housing funded point in time count is that we do have a significant increase in the unhoused population from the 2022 count. And we also know how many shelter beds that we have in the community and how many supportive housing beds we have in the community. And so I'm just curious how we rectify what we have in the data locally. And I think probably anecdotally, you'll hear from our partners that provide services to the unhoused population that number has likely also gone up since the last count. How we rectify that with the number of beds, both supportive beds and the shelter beds. I don't actually see a net new on the shelter side of the equation. And I guess I get curious how we're planning for the future and recognizing that unfortunately those numbers seemingly are continuing to go up, and we're not seeing an net new increase in shelter beds.
Yeah, thanks for that question. It's a great question as well. And we certainly are considering the future when we're looking at the shelter and how do we best design it so that it is flexible and, for example, able to grow in times of emergency, as well as the design of the units themselves, so that we have that flexibility in providing the right amount. We have to be thoughtful and keep in mind what's going to be successful for this particular building. So we are doing that as well, but I understand that there's a lot of interest in, aligning the number of beds with the need in the community. One of the ideal outcomes of the shelter is going to be aligning folks that visit the shelter with the right type of housing. So are there folks that are going to be able to move from the shelter to permanent supportive housing? Or are there other people that are able to just receive rent supplements and then, obtain housing in other deep subsidy locations, for example? So we are keeping all of those aspects in mind, and we're trying to be really thoughtful, think about economies of scale, but also understanding that we need the housing to be manageable for our nonprofit operator to operate successfully.
I have a follow-up, Mayor. Is that okay?
We have a couple of other folks waiting. It is a subsequent? Yeah, okay.
It's a subsequent. Just to that last comment, Sarah, what is the best practice for operators what's the ideal number for management for shelter?
Yeah, thanks for that question. So it's very specific to the site and to the community. So again, those are going to be conversations that we're having with the nonprofit operators and with the community when we show you the shelter building form, hopefully next week. So again, there is the ability for us to be flexible in terms of the number of beds based on what we're planning. So again, just asking you to be patient with us so that we can really be thoughtful in how we're rolling this out.
Okay, thanks for that. And Councillor Hillian.
Thanks, Mayor. Sarah, one of the questions that I'm hearing from the community relates to the two separate facilities, and many people have expressed support for supportive housing complex, and I think your intent is to have that fronting onto Braidwood. I don't know if you've talked about fencing between that and the other sites, but the concern that has been expressed is that a shelter with the transients involved, perhaps more of a prevalence of active users and issues like that, may have an effect of undermining residents seeking the stability of supportive housing. And I'm wondering if you have any research or examples from other communities where those facilities have been combined in close proximity that would be helpful for people here in understanding how that may work and what some of the challenges may be.
Yeah, thanks for that, Councillor. I don't have any research readily available right now, but what I can speak to is that we're being very thoughtful in the design of the two buildings and how they integrate. And because the property is so incredibly large, that I think that you'll find when you see the renderings and you see the site placing and the plans that we were actually really able to create two totally independent housing projects. Also, the way that the designers are being very thoughtful in integrating the indoor and outdoor space of the shelter very separately and very set aside from the supportive housing. Again, we're obviously fencing the property. We're also addressing the need for pathways from Braidwood to Ryan Road. So again, I'm hopeful that the community and the neighbors are going to be really quite pleased with what we've done with this. I think it's a 3.8 acre site. So we are creating quite a separation, and the properties will be quite separate.
Follow up? Okay. Thanks. And I know that BC Housing has 3 facilities in the community already that I'm aware of. Washington Inn, which is in close proximity to this neighborhood, the Junction, and the Lodge. All 3 of those are different structures. One was purpose-built and 2 others are converted motels. I'm wondering if you're receiving any feedback or have any preference for the type of design that works best for either of the facilities in terms of how the layout provides for a more secure building with a better experience for the residents and the neighbors as well, based on the experience in those other buildings in Courtenay.
Yeah, that's also a great point. What we've heard from the Lodge is that the integration with outdoor space available to those residents has been incredibly successful. And I think we're seeing that, you know, provincially, when you provide folks with access to a secure, you know, respectful, culturally appropriate outdoor space, including perhaps, you know, gardening or growing vegetables, for example, those are ways that we can really create a community and support folks through their healing. So that's certainly something that we're trying to integrate here. And we will be, of course, reaching out to those providers as well to provide direct feedback on what we're designing.
All right, thank you for that. And Councillor Frisch.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor, and thanks, Sarah. I want to start by commending you and the team for getting this off the ground and going. Obviously much needed and appreciated. My question is a bit about a higher level picture in BC and you know, what the numbers are like in other communities for building these sorts of supportive housing and shelter spaces. And I ask that question because I obviously don't want to hear that we're the only ones doing it, and it obviously cause people to come here for help when really they might need it in their own community. So how's that looking in the rest of the province?
That's a great question, and my colleagues, my other regional director colleagues, have also been receiving emails from other communities asking why their communities can't get what the city of Courtenay is receiving. So there is a lot of interest in what we're doing here, and obviously, you know, we're really trying to be thoughtful and integrate what others have done that's successful, and also lessons learned on perhaps what wasn't as successful. So, yeah, again, really excited to hear what the community and what the neighbors and what the providers in Courtenay are recommending for us to integrate here that we may not have thought of.
Yeah, well, I didn't catch that last bit, but I hope obviously our project's a big success and you guys can replicate that around the province. Thanks.
Yeah, absolutely.
Thanks, Councillor Frisch. And yeah, having visited Port Alberni and several other communities across the province, and really looking across those communities to see where, you know, there's been opportunities to learn, but also when there's been great successes, and even within our own community, seeing how we've had spaces like the Junction, or even the Travel Lodge, which has moved into the Lodge, and the impact of the Lodge, which the biggest naysayers actually came back to say that it didn't really have the impact that they had anticipated. And I think that really goes to the learning that BC Housing has put into this. So it is much appreciated that you're not sort of racing forward, but you're taking deliberate steps and really communicating with our community and as we move forward in this. So I appreciate the update, and I don't see any further questions. So with that, have a great evening.
Thanks very much.
All right, and next we have the Comox Strathcona Waste Management update. And before we start on that, I'm going to look to the gallery. Is everybody interested in the waste management update? Because if not, this would be an opportune time to meander off. But if you'd like to stay, I think it's going to be very exciting. And and so, but I also don't want to force people to sit through the rest of the meeting if it's not really what they're here for. But with that, I'm going to pass it over to, I think, Sarah, Mark, and Vivian, and let you guys introduce yourself a bit. Yeah, if you want to approach the podium, and I'll assume you guys know all the accoutrements of the space. And thanks so much. So we'll start with Sarah Willie.
This is always the fun part, right? Was it on inside? There we go. Perfect. Thank you very much.
All right.
So thank you for having us today. My name is Sarah Willie. I'm the manager of solid waste policy and planning and policy development. It's a mouthful. I'm joined today by my colleagues, Vivian Shaw, the senior manager of solid waste, and Mark Rutten, the general manager of engineering for Comox Valley Regional District. I'm just going to move this a little bit closer because I'm tiny. So I'm presenting today on the solid waste management plan. Some of you are lucky enough to be a part of our board and are up to speed on what we've been working on. And for those who aren't, we wanted to make sure that we took this opportunity kind of midstream in the process to inform you about everything that's been going on for the last 2 years. So again, for anyone newer to the game, Comox Strathcona Waste Management Service is a bit of a unicorn in the province. It's a service that was kept together after the separation of Comox Strathcona Regional District. And we provide waste management services for both Strathcona Regional District and Comox Valley Regional District. So our main function is around waste disposal and diversion. And you can see, the Strathcona area is quite vast and diverse in terms of geography. So certainly a little bit less concentrated and dense than the Comox Valley services. So we have about 120,000 people that we're providing these services to. The solid waste management plan is a long-term vision. It's trying to pull our heads up from the day-to-day operations that many of our team members focus on and really look ahead and make sure that we have the facilities and the services in place to achieve our provincial goals and targets. So those are established through the plan. It's tried to be renewed every 10 years or so. And, I think on the left, that image there is really demonstrating some of those, longer term changes that need to happen more incrementally. So we had a big jump when we realized what kind of debt we were going to incur, and our tipping fees increased from $45 a ton, over 20 years to 140. They're now at $155 a ton. And today, the volume of materials that we manage is more significant. So although we've been reducing and maintaining sort of the amount of waste we've been generating, the recycling quantities have increased, which still does require costs and process and resources on our side. So as I mentioned, this is a provincial requirement that we have this plan, and it does afford us some powers within it, which is beneficial, and we do try and take advantage of those on this sort of 10-year basis. And the needs are changing. As you know, within your own community, things have shifted, populations have shifted, expectations change from the population, people coming. We're at about 13% increase overall over those 12 years. And these are long-term problems without short-term solutions. So, establishing a new disposal facility, for example, wouldn't be something that we could do overnight. And so those are the kinds of long-term visions that we take into consideration in these plans. Our goal is really to produce less waste. We're about the middle of the pack right now in the province at 551 kilograms per person, and we want to aim to be 350. That's the provincial target, and there's some jurisdictions that are achieving that or close to achieving that. And we're looking to, move forward now that we've set some of our capital infrastructure in place over the last 10 years to be able to influence our residents and businesses that way. So we're burying about 65,000 tons a year of waste and managing a lot of recyclable material and organic material on top of that. But it's certainly a lofty goal to make that shift. Certainly of interest to this council is our greenhouse gas emissions. We're undertaking an emission inventory currently and looking to revise these numbers. But at current, it's about 71,000 tons of CO2 equivalent. And primarily that is coming from our landfills, so Campbell River and Comox. We have, since this figure was put together, closed our Campbell River landfill, so that will result in a significant reduction in emissions from the Campbell River landfill and our overall emissions. We do have landfill gas capture at the landfill here in Cumberland, both the historical one that's closed and the new engineered landfill that's under constant use. So we're working on improved landfill gas capture as well. Implementing expanded organics removal from the waste stream will also go a long way towards reducing our overall emission generation. My running joke, this is the 5th time I've said it, Mark probably doesn't think it's funny anymore, but is that this is the eye test, and I'm sorry, it's in your package. You can read into the details, but the gist of it is that these are real baby steps, that over the course of my lifetime, it's been incremental. And when I look back on solid waste management plans that we started in the 90s with a real evolution in solid waste within the province, at that point we were looking at the 3 R's. There's 7 R's now. Curbside recycling is sort of standard. Organics, at the curb is becoming more standard across the province. So, these sort of monstrous changes don't sort of happen overnight. Extended producer responsibility, another big one through the 2000s, and we're continuing to expand that. But biting off small pieces at a time, and that's what we're looking to do with our next 10 years. We're calling it a renewal, not a new plan, because we want to build off of that. In terms of sphere of influence, just to highlight for you as a local government partner, where you can really support us in the work that we're doing. The residential collection is certainly a big part of that. I do know that, the city made the decision to step away from providing service to IC&I and multifamily. And that, I can understand the decision, but it did have consequences in that multifamily and IC&I were not required to have recycling where they previously did. And so, many of them have made the financial decision not to support that. And so that's, a step backwards as far as our meeting our goals, and something that we'll work with you moving forward and with your businesses and residents to be able to improve on. Public area waste collection as well for some of those popular spots. Very difficult to divert in those areas, but maybe some civic spaces or schools, those sorts of areas could be improved on. And then building and business permits are another area. So looking at, how you can move houses instead of demolishing houses, how you can bring them into your community or have them leave your community. The housing stock in Courtenay isn't quite as old as Cumberland, but, for those homes that are older, maybe in the Orchard area, deconstruction rather than demolition, sparing that clean wood, removing the drywall. We watched a property across the street from us here. It was vacant for 2 years probably, and fenced off. And then, within 2 days, it was just chewed up by an excavator, put in bins and brought to our landfill. So, there was time to take that apart if the developer chose to, and they certainly improved the density of that property. I don't think they're replacing that with a single family home. So there might be something in the margins there that would have allowed them to expend a greater expense to reduce their waste stream. It's overall a very small part of the construction and development costs. So we understand there's not a lot of motivation, but there are some tools there from other local governments that we can help to provide. So back to the point why I'm here, there's a solid waste management plan going on and we're like halfway through. So we've initiated the process back in 2022. We set some goals, some guiding principles. We surveyed residents on how they felt. We have a wonderful committee, and we're moving forward to evaluating options, which is the really fun part. And then we're going to be looking to prepare a draft plan for presentation in 2025. So as I mentioned, step one, we recruited our advisory committee. We're very grateful for, I guess here it's Councillor Cole Hamilton, but for us it's Chair Cole Hamilton for taking the time to be a very active part of that Regional Solid Waste Advisory Committee. We've met 10 times now, so probably 30 or 40 hours that the committee members have put into discussing at length a lot of waste issues. So we have about 15 members of the public, as well as technical participation from staff members. So we're grateful as well for your solid waste staff, Chris Thompson, for his participation. And then we have, as you know, 2 elected officials. So that's been really great for getting their input and reflecting within the plan and the strategies moving forward. And then we did a survey, 1,100 folks or so responded to that survey, and we did about 600 in-person engagements in phase 1. And we had about 157 Courtenay responses in that initial survey. So trying to pull out, one interesting thing for each community. Folks generally fairly happy. And when this was done, of course, it was pre-carts, it was pre-organics. So I didn't bother bringing you any of those complaints because you've met all their needs. But I think it's interesting that, when you ask people how willing you are to take the following actions, the participation in curbside, they're really willing. They're more willing, though, to separate renovation material than they are to make multiple depot stops. And so I think, even for our urban residents, that's an area where convenience could be improved to allow for people to take part in that more willingly. This is where I direct you to our Engage page, because I know you all have so much time in your hands, but we have 6 goals and 8 guiding principles, and I couldn't fit them all on one slide. So there's lots more information there available for you. But these are our sort of high level, lofty, aspirational, what we're working towards and what we're using to move forward with our strategies. Step 2 was last year, and we were out in every community. We really had a focus and an emphasis on in-person. We had 2,300 in-person engagements, and we were participating at Canada Day with a booth as well. We were at Nautical Days and other Comox Valley events. We held our first landfill open house in July, and that was well received. We had 142 members of the public and families come through. And they really went away with a really great experience. So we'll be doing that again. So highlighting a little bit of feedback for you, really it's about, exactly what they said, convenience, options, making recycling easier for people. A few oddities in there about dog waste. Packaging is a higher level thing than I can control, unfortunately, but we certainly use our advocacy as much as we can. Frequent recycling pickup, larger containers, multiple sites. I think, that's been asked and answered many times. Toolkits for businesses, that's an area that we are looking to expand, for support for businesses, commercial entities, as well as institutional. Options for seniors, that one is, we'd hope the private sector would fill that gap, but we do know you have a helping service for curbside. And supporting repair is something that we're doing as well and advocating for further. So where we're going next, in terms of strategies and options that sort of really overlap, the City of Courtenay and their single family residents are really doing an exceptional job now with, the service level that you've established, and we can't really ask more from them. But our multifamily sector could certainly use some help. Also looking at events. We have a number of venues here that draw some large crowds, and we could support there. And then construction, demolition, and renovation is another significant area now after organics in our waste stream that's both by volume and by methane generation. So coming up this year, I mentioned we're going to do the tour again September 14th. So mark your calendars, bring your kids, leave your dogs at home. And then we're going to hold our first organics facility open house in Campbell River, and that's September 21st. So if you have an interest in seeing that facility, please do come up. And then we're going to be bringing all these strategies. We're preparing technical memos through the advisory to the board, and they'll consider financial resource implications. There'll be 100 of them, and they'll be overwhelmed. There's a lot we can do. It's what we can afford to do. That's a big part of the question. So we're looking to bring ideas and options, and we'll be consulting primarily in the rural areas this summer, looking to try and expand and improve on diversion opportunities there. As I mentioned, folks here are doing a good job. And then next year we'll be doing a full consultation across the whole community with a short list of strategies. So thank you very much for your time. I hope I didn't take too much, and look forward to questions.
Excellent. Thanks very much for that, Sarah, and Vivian and Mark. You guys did a great job supporting. So that was fantastic, and that has generated some questions and comments. So we'll start with Councillor Frisch.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. Thanks, Ms. Welly. I'm always excited to hear about garbage being handled well. You mentioned the construction waste, and to my understanding, there's a different bin rate if it's mixed garbage versus, if it's mixed construction versus separated. Is that the case, or what's the story up there?
Yeah, if it's construction with recyclables within it. So right now our primary recyclables would be metal, drywall, clean wood waste. So whatever streams we're sort of offering for diversion at the landfill, we try and use that as an incentive, but it needs to be improved on in terms of enforcement. We would require significant more resources to apply it every single time. Yeah.
I see. And so maybe it's slipping by sort of thing, or are the numbers not an enticement? Like, I remember it not being a terribly huge amount more, and maybe it needs to be.
Yeah, what we find is it's generally a cost of doing business. So, there's a threshold. We can't make it $1,000 a ton. There would just be a lot of backlash. That it would really just make things more expensive, not necessarily promote diversion. And that's that balancing point that we're trying to make, where we're trying to incent without putting undue financial burden on development costs. But yeah, we do wish that it was more of a driver, but sometimes there's the disconnect between, the people who are doing the construction or making the decisions or funding the construction, the people who are actively building it, the people who have been hired to take the bin away, and that's the person that comes to the landfill.
Yeah.
So, for them, it's just a bill they pay and they pass it along, and yeah, unfortunately.
Yeah, can I continue for a second?
And subsequent, yeah.
Yeah. Well, I'm just trying to get to the bottom of it, because you suggested that the City of Courtenay encourage deconstruction. And what's the difference between us saying, look, you got to take this apart and do it properly, versus you guys saying, look, you got to take this apart and do it properly? Like, you're suggesting that if you say it, it's going to cause problems, but if we do it, it'll work.
Yeah, so source separation is certainly going to be better than bringing it in. The more opportunity that we can create at our site for additional streams, so say asphalt shingles or porcelain, the more opportunities that we can create, then the more things that we can enforce that are commingled. So it would be a joint effort. I think with the deconstruction, what we see is when it's tied to the building permit, there's a lot more understanding and relevance. So in other jurisdictions, what we've seen is a report that's required. So they set out a waste plan initially when they make their application. They indicate, what streams they're going to separate, where they're going to divert those streams to, and then they report back on the quantities. And in some jurisdictions, there's a holdback. So it can be either by the square foot or percentage of project costs. And it's significant, maybe in the tens of thousands of dollars. And once they've completed that report and achieved diversion targets within that, then they get that money back. And that has proved to be a bit more successful than just that, 30% or 50% surcharge at the landfill, which is not in the tens of thousands of dollars.
Okay, thanks for the insight.
Thanks, Councillor Fish and Councillor McCollum.
Thanks, Mayor. And yeah, thanks for the presentation, Sarah. I also had a question around construction waste. I was going to ask what the proportion was, and then you flash back to the slide and it looks like it's just a bit under 25% of our total.
That's one more
composition.
There you go. Yeah,
I'm assuming that's by weight.
it is.
And it is, it's the biggest piece of this circle chart. And my question is, in jurisdictions that are doing, a really great job of meeting that 350 kilogram per person target, I can only assume that they've done a good job of regulating the construction and renovation materials, because I can't see how you could meet the 350 target without addressing such a big piece of that chart. And maybe you don't know this off the top of your head, but what I'm wondering is, in these jurisdictions that have done a good job of addressing it, like how much of a reduction could we expect or hope to see in that, in that dark blue, if we have some more stringent regulations around this portion of our waste coming into the landfill?
I think there's a couple of things that the other jurisdictions have done that we're looking at and considering. And one is really embracing the private sector and their role. And the other is expanding bylaws and policy tools. So Nanaimo and Cowichan are two examples. Cowichan doesn't have any landfill capacity, and Nanaimo was quite starved for landfill capacity 15 years ago, and they made the decision to kind of go all in on diversion. So both have extended significant resources in that direction. Cowichan doesn't accept construction demolition waste at their transfer stations, so they only accept waste from residential pickup, and that has created the private sector to establish transfer stations for construction demolition waste, and there can be sorting at those private facilities as well. So we do see some of that here. Nanaimo has a similar approach where they really don't want construction demolition in their landfills, so they really direct it to the private sector. We have Pacific Wood Waste here that does accept some C&D. We also have private landfill in Campbell River, multiple private landfills in Campbell River that are permitted to accept construction demolition waste, but are not permitted to accept that residential waste. So I think there's possibilities there for us to try and expand opportunities for that material if it can't be sorted on site, or if there's lack of incentive for it to be sorted on site, that maybe it could be sorted at a central facility, in sort of lockstep with us not accepting that kind of material. That would be an aggressive approach. And then around the policy tools, we'll be presenting to the board 3 different schemes. This sounds like a scary word, but that's the best one I can think of. So facility licensing, hauler licensing, and waste source separation are 3 strategies that the Regional District of Nanaimo proposed. One was already existing facility licensing, and the other two are new in their last solid waste management plan. And they've only just received provincial acceptance of the waste source separation. Is that the right one? Of the hauler licensing? Yeah, the hauler licensing. So those are new things that are to come, and it'll be interesting to see how they fan out, but they work together. I won't go too deep into it here, but they essentially require bins to be at every facility, every IC&I, every residence, every multifamily. And then that facilitates the private sector to be able to offer the collection of multi-stream collection. So it doesn't mean they have to sell it. So the enforcement is that you have the separation, whether you use it or not is sort of up to you. But it incents the ability for them to go and upsell, and everyone's on a level playing field. And then there's complexities there around hauler licensing to provide reduced rates for waste disposal and tracking. And yeah, so some interesting tools that we'll be presenting to the board next week and have gone through the advisory.
Yeah, thanks. That's really interesting information. Actually, my next question is on a different topic, so I'll get back in the lineup.
I think I missed your one question about quantity of reduction. It wouldn't be 23.7%. So definitely it's not all able to be diverted at this time. That the largest component that's very difficult to divert is still that painted or treated wood. So that's the one that everyone across the province struggles with still, and it's a significant component.
Excellent. Thanks for that, Councillor McCollum and Sarah, and great to hear that it's going through the advisory. So, staff across the valley are kind of in part of this conversation. Councillor Hillian.
Thanks, Mayor. Sarah, we had one couple who live in a multifamily dwelling that was so distressed about losing their ability to put out organics that they were willing to drive across the community and put them in my barrel until they found somebody who lived a little closer to them. So are we looking at any options for incentivizing the haulers from multifamily dwellings to pick up organics? And are we any closer to the possibility of expanding so that schools like Quinish, which have these active composting programs, can actually participate in the municipal system?
Yeah, we definitely are aware of that demand from the multifamily sector as well as the schools. So our educator, Lindsay Eason, who works within the community, we have her this year recruiting multifamily homes as sort of a pilot to understand what the level of effort is in order to work with them. I think, it's very early stages, but what's been clear is, it's really difficult to find out who you need to talk to because, there isn't always an on-site property manager, and there could be a company. There isn't sort of a representative. Even if there's a strata, there's still a process. So that's been onerous even on its own to find the right person to talk to. And then she's working individually with them. So we tried to ask her to find different styles of buildings to understand, those that don't have space outside, those that might be older, that have multiple buildings, that might be mixed of rental and owners and different challenges. So she's working with 5 different types of multifamily adventures to establish some recycling pickup within there. And then we're looking to pilot organics pickup, but it's a bit tricky right now because there isn't a hauler that will come and pick it up because there isn't a contract. They're not going to just pick up from 5 multifamilies. So we're actually trying to look at working with Earth Warriors, which is the private contractor, and see if they can potentially pick up and maybe deliver to our facility. So that's baby steps for this year. And then we'll report back on kind of that level of effort because we do think that will need some hand holding. There's significant potential for contamination with the anonymous nature of multifamily. In terms of capacity at the facility, the organics facility last year received 7,000 or 8,000 tons of material, and 14,500 is the total capacity. So we're estimating, I think it's about 9,000 this year. 11. Vivian's mouthing 11,000 tons this year is our projected volumes. So we are cautious, about what we will take in these early days. The contamination, just the shift from manual pickup to carts has been significant. And we've when working with staff at the city and also at the town of Comox on that. And it's something we're still trying to get a handle on. And we don't want to introduce more challenges at this point, as we're still getting a reputation to maintain a quality product, because that can become a problem as well. On the school side, I think our next step is really to work with the school district and see where the appetite is there, because they are their contracts and their janitorial staff. But that would be an area, if we were to do a slow roll of expansion of organics, that sort of high education, high control area would be a preferred expansion option.
All right, thanks very much for that. And Councillor Frisch.
Yeah, thanks again. Sorry, maybe I missed it. Did you make a comment about commercial? I think a lot of people find it interesting that at home we do apparently a great job of separating our garbage, but we go to a restaurant and it's like a free for all. Everything's in the garbage. And how are we moving on that? And what do you need from us to help?
Yeah, I think as we move forward to try and expand organics diversion, it will be, our preference would be back of house of sort of food establishments where, again, you're just training your staff and you're not trying to train the public. And that is where there are significant quantities that can be created, also sort of like a long-term care facility where folks might not finish their meals. And again, they're being generated in a kitchen and then brought back by staff, and the plates can be scraped. The front of house of Bigfoot Donuts, for example, is probably not where I want to try and focus my energy. There's a lot of transient populations there. There's a lot of people coming in from out of town. Difficult to do behavior change on that front of house effort. So I think as we move forward, looking at that source separation and that requirement for additional bins, as I'm sure your staff are familiar with, in that sort of downtown core where you don't have as much space, working with us to establish, an area that sort of business improvement area can facilitate and support that many bins, I think is important. And certainly, as you're considering expansion and future development, making sure that multifamily buildings are incorporating significant amounts of space for recycling, and not for it to be the last thing that's thought of, or for it to be in a dark corner where people aren't comfortable, or prioritizing garbage, in a chute over recycling that's in a dark corner. So making sure that there's enough space for those, especially mixed IC&I and multifamily, that can be challenging because you have to have twice as many bins if you're going to have separated collection. Things like that would be helpful from council.
Okay, thanks.
Thanks, Councillor Frisch. And Councillor McCollum, you said you had another question. Doug asked it, so we're good. Excellent. Thanks, Councillor Hillian. With that, I think we may be done with question and answer. So just want to thank you very much. And I know as somebody who owned a business that didn't have a recycling pickup even for cardboard, we had to jump through a whack of hoops and landlords and all sorts of things to make that happen, losing a parking spot, things that impacted those around us. But where there's a will, there's a way, so to speak. So it's great to see this this plan coming forward and the action that's being taken. So thanks so much. All right. And so we'll get into our staff reports. So we have a 2024 Union of BC Municipalities Minister and Staff Meeting requests. And I don't know, I'll pass it over to Mr. Garment.
Thank you. Through the Mayor to Council, following up on discussions that we've had over the year, reviewing our strategic priorities, capital budgets, and infrastructure proposals. We have a series of ministry meeting suggestions that Council may want to move forward on. Staff are ready to prepare the meeting request materials at the direction of Council. The staff report provides an overview of the areas, Minister of Housing, Minister of Mental Health and Addictions, Ministry of Transportation. Those are minister level meetings. And then we have a series of staff level meetings also listed in the staff report. And we take Council's direction on that. I believe we have some notes should Council wants to identify the specific meetings that they'd like us to request. I am here for questions, and we have a variety of directors here if councillors had questions related to those topics.
Councillor Hillian.
Thanks, Mayor. I'm generally satisfied with the list. I did want to clarify, though, the Ministry of Transportation and Infrastructure is on there, but it's related to issues differently from one that we've been highlighting for a number of years, and that's the need for intersection improvements at the 17th Street Bridge, as well as Ryan Road. And I'm just wondering if coincident with this process, we do have plans to meet with the ministry at the local level to discuss those issues that are of significant concern to our motoring residents.
Thank you. Through the mayor to Councillor Hillian. We can adjust this and include that in the minister meeting request. And we do meet regularly with staff on that. There's been significant meetings related to the conveyance project as well with the Ministry of Transportation. So should council want to include that in the meeting request, happy to do that. And we will continue to meet at a staff level on the other, as another approach to the 17th and Ryan issues.
All right, thanks for that. Any further questions or comments? All right. Oh, Mr. Garbett. Oh.
Thank you. My apologies. I just wanted to brief council. In past UBCMs, we have met with Island Health. Ms. O'Kane has reached out to the ministry related to these, and they have not confirmed whether there will be Island Health meetings at UBCM. So I'd suggest if council is interested, we make that. And if that's possible, we could attempt to do that at UBCM. Alternatively, make another arrangement. My apologies. I wanted to include that in the introduction.
Excellent. So if we do go forward with these and Island Health is not there, we'll assume that staff will just try to make those meetings otherwise. So, okay, good to know. Councillor Frisch.
Yeah, I was just going to pick up on what Councillor Hillian was asking about for other transportation infrastructure projects. And I guess my question is, would we expect to get separate meetings? Of course, I probably won't be there, but I know their 15-minute meetings are rather quick. And if this is the most important thing, it makes sense. But if we could get additional meetings about those other things, it might be of interest to council.
Okay. And my experience is that we generally only get one meeting per ministry. And then in the past with Modi, we have generally had multiple items on that list. I think the frustrating part for myself is that, as Councillor Hillian has mentioned, 17th Street improvements have been on that list of things with commitments that they would be completed long ago. So, but maybe I'll pass it over to Mr. Garbett.
Thank you. Through the mayor to Councillor Frisch, we can add that to the request. Staff had advised me that the long awaited bypass conversation is back and active. Those elevations of that area have some implications for those intersections, but absolutely with council's direction, we can add per Councillor Hillian's comments, and we do typically have multiple points, which then the minister or ministry tends to follow up and offer further work on that. So we'll take that direction.
Yeah, and just to follow up on that just a little bit, we're not the only local government that's been frustrated with some of the action or lack thereof or timelines and stuff. So there is work amongst all the local governments, including Comox First Nation. And actually, Mr. Garbett is worked on a letter to look at a meeting outside of UBCM that would be more fulsome. So sorry, that would be really useful for the rest of council who might not be aware that those works are underway as well. And once we have more information on that, then we'll share it with council. Councillor Hillian.
Thanks, Mayor. It doesn't look like anybody else has anything to add, so I'm wondering if I could move the resolution, and I would add the item that was noted. So I'll move that council directs staff to make application for ministry and ministry staff meetings as detailed in the list, with the addition of adding to the Ministry of Transportation and Infrastructure road and intersection improvements on local ministry roads.
It's been moved and seconded. Any further comments or questions now that it's been moved on to the table? Seeing none, all those in favor? And that passes unanimously. And we'll move on to development variance permit application 2306 at 1580 Fitzgerald Avenue. And I'll pass it over to Mr. Garbutt.
Thank you through the mayor. Ms. Goddard is here. If there are questions regarding the development variance permit application at 1580 Fitzgerald Avenue, staff have advised that the applicant is here to represent. Ms. Goddard, are you going to give a little overview of the variance request?
Certainly can. So before you is a variance, multiple variances to support the Salvation Army Church at 1580 Fitzgerald Avenue. This is to redevelop the existing one-story church into a two-story, including sanctuary hall, kitchen, and meeting rooms and offices. The variances are multi-fold. It is to formalize the fact that the minimum lot size is as existing, rear and side yard, one of the side yard setbacks to the building itself, and then both side landscape setbacks and the rear yard setback, which is against the lane. This is an institutional property. This is the intended use and is permitted in the zone. The site did previously have some site contamination on it, and various documentation has been submitted to the province, and this project does continue to meet the requirements to remain in conformance with the site contamination requirements for that site. Old oil heating tank when there was a residence there. And the variances are requested in order to support, as I say, a significant redevelopment, although to acknowledge the redevelopment is actually sited very similarly to the existing church. And it will include additional parking along the rear lane and which will actually be below the frontage and elevation and actually a little bit out of the public site. It will shift the parking lot somewhat to the south and east, and this actually allows for the front landscape setback to be formalized and improving and achieving some of that greenery along Fitzgerald. There's the building, a majority of the massing actually shifts a bit more towards the lane itself with narrower tapering towards Fitzgerald. And as I say, it's sited very similarly today. In terms of the public engagement, the applicant did do a voluntary meeting, and we received correspondence that both adjacent owners, residential owners, indicated support for the proposal. And then through the legislative notice, 30-meter radius notice mail out, we did receive one public comment as well, just expressing some questions, and staff have responded to that. So I'm happy to answer any other questions, and indeed the applicant is in the audience as well for questions.
Excellent. Thanks so much for that. And we'll pass it over to Councillor Hillian.
Thanks, Mayor, and appreciate staff responding to the one resident who had some concerns. I'm wondering if in any of the dialogue that went on in relation to this project, there was discussion about the possibility of the applicant including an element of housing in this project. It seems in a way a bit of a missed opportunity to me, and I know that the Salvation Army has been a provider of housing in the community, and I don't know whether it's something that they considered, whether the obstacles were too great, but I'd be curious about whether that came up at all.
I'd actually look indeed to the applicant, maybe for some file history on that. I haven't been involved in all the intimate conversations. It's certainly not required in the zone or really as part of the consideration necessarily of variance requests. But if there's any historical context there that the applicant, maybe if a nod or a shake of the head can help me understand if there's anything to add. It sounds as though there's nothing to add on that.
And do we know, has Brent Hobden moved on from the community? Is he no longer there?
He is indeed still there.
Oh, he is still there. Okay, well, I'll talk to him about that. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Hillian. And I don't see any further questions. So with that, we can move on to a motion. Councillor Frisch.
Okay, Mayor, I'll move that council vary the following subsections of zoning bylaw number 2500/2007. Would you like me to read them all out? A through E,
The
as
answer is yes.
listed in the agenda.
All right, it's been moved and seconded. Any further questions or comments now that's on the table? Seeing none, all those in favor? And that seems to pass unanimously, and we will go on to recommendation 2. And Councillor McCollum.
I'll move the council approve development variance permit number 2306 1580 Fitzgerald Avenue, which would allow for the redevelopment of the property to construct a new church and parking subject to the following conditions. You can still read them off the screen, it might be easier. The payment of a landscape security in the amount of $51,044 prior to the issuance of a building permit, and no substantial change to the site plan be permitted without an amendment to the development variance permit and re-review of the certificate of compliance.
That's been moved and seconded. Any further questions or comments? Seeing none, all those in favor? And that's unanimous as well. And we'll move on to the permissive tax exemption policy options. And I think Mr. Garbutt's going to speak to this.
Thank you through the mayor to council. Mr. Langmeyer is going to give you a short overview of this report, and we're looking for some specific direction from council in order to draft some policy. A lot of work has been done on this, and I just want to thank the finance department and appreciate council's interest and direction.
Excellent. Oh, nice to be here once again. So Jeff stole a bit of my thunder. Why I'm here is here to seek some direction from council on the future of the permissive tax exemption policies. So a little bit of background. Council through the community charters granted the ability to exempt certain properties from taxation. That's a permissive exemption. There are other properties that are exempt from taxation that are called statutory exemptions. However, council has no control over those, and they're set by higher levels of government. Some of the pros of the permissive tax program are it's long established. It's something that's been going on for years. And there is the requirement for public notification, which is a really good tool to engage the public in what is going on. Some of the challenges we see with it is it's inflexible. The timing is very strict. You have to have the bylaws adopted by October 31st. You have to have a 2-week notification period. And so we end up having this quite rigid framework to fit into. Other challenges we see is there's challenges in directing some of the community benefit. If you have an organization that has a small tax bill, they only receive a very small piece of support through the city. Another piece is how when we provide a permissive tax exemption, we are exempting not only the city portions of taxes, but the other taxing authorities. So what happens is the city can exempt city taxes, and we don't collect them from that property. What happens to the other taxing authority funds is they are still required to be collected by the city. So they essentially fall onto the other remaining taxpayers to pay a little bit more to absorb that exemption that was provided. So working through our current policy, the last time it was updated was in 2017, and prior to that was in 2013. We're seeing a few policy deviations, as I call them. It's where what the policy says is not quite aligning with what we're doing. And one of the items is we require an audit from all the organizations applying, but not every single organization actually goes through a full-on audit. They provide their financial statements. So that's one area where we're deviating. The other area is that staff is seeing with the change and turnover occurring in some of these organizations that applications aren't making their way to staff in a timely manner. And these are for organizations that have been receiving exemptions for many years. And so staff is starting to sort of chase people down and hound them and said, hey, apply. We need to get your application in so you can still continue to receive this exemption that's been well supported for many years. A piece I wanted to bring up is council had given direction to look into providing exemptions to not-for-profit daycares at June's council meeting last year. And I did some digging on this one, and back at the update to the policy in 2013, I was watching the council meetings, quite fascinating to go back. Actually, on that meeting, I want to bring up that the city received a $17,000 donation for the 6th Street Bridge in 2013. That's a different story. At that time, council reaffirmed the stance on why the not-for-profit daycares didn't receive exemptions. And the idea was that it was important for the council of the day that the city doesn't provide additional benefit to organizations that are competing with the private sector. And they found that not-for-profit daycares are in direct competition with for-profit daycares. And so that piece has been reestablished in 2013 and is carried through to today. So there are wordings in the recommendation of how we could specifically provide a change to provide an exemption to daycare if that's the route council wants to take. And I wanted to bring the attention to, into my report, I have a section that's called discussion points and council directions. These are the pieces that I'm really looking to hear what council has to say about, should the permissive tax exemption continue as it is, or should we move to a granting program? Some of the benefits of the granting program is it's much easier to administer. We can really adjust how much support goes to a group or a not group. And it actually opens up the ability to provide benefits to groups that don't have a physical location that wouldn't see some of these abilities to get funding. Other areas are looking at how we've treated some of our really long-standing organizations that are receiving 100% exemptions, where some of the new organizations are receiving substantially less. What we should do about the marina and the air park. Another piece is lands surrounding the places of worship. Some municipalities have removed exemptions to the excess land surrounding the places of worship because there wasn't the community benefit going to it. Some of these areas were fenced off and there wasn't really public access. So the logic of providing exemption there wasn't the same. And another piece is, how to address if there should be an upper or lower limit placed on exemptions. We have some organizations that provide immense community benefit, but since they occupy a small footprint, they receive small exemptions, where we have other organizations that provide services to a very select few, but their properties are very valuable and they're receiving a very large exemption. And so with that, I'm here to take further questions and listen to council's feedback.
Excellent. Thanks so much for your presentation. We're just having a little bit of a technical challenge right now with getting the video for Councillor Jolicoeur. So we're just going to take a quick recess and reboot the things, and magically it'll all be working shortly. And then we'll get into questions and motions, et cetera. So we'll just take a quick motion. So those that are watching on Zoom, there'll be a brief a pause and then it should start again. Thank you. All right, thanks everybody for your patience as we got the gremlins out of the system. I believe everything's working good now. Thanks to Mr. Lagemeyer for the report on the permissive tax exemption policy options. And at this point, I'll call on any councillors that have questions, and we'll start with Councillor Cole Hamilton.
Thanks, Mayor, and thanks very much for this, Adam. I know we're doing kind of clarifying questions to start with. So I just wanted to get a sense of the kind of tax impact and the cost of the statutory PTEs versus the discretionary ones. And for example, in the report, it looks at Cumberland, which seems to only provide the statutory permissive tax exemptions, and it's a total of less than $3,000, which is quite remarkable. Whereas ours is larger, that if you count the direct tax exemptions and the tax we have to remit, then it comes to, I think, $747,000 in total annually. And I was just wondering, do we have a breakdown of what proportion of that 747,000 is statutory and what proportion is under our control and discretionary?
So I should clarify, the statutory exemptions, council doesn't see anywhere. There's no information provided to the public. It's simply not on the tax roll. Those are really handled by higher levels of government and BC assessment. So all the information you see here is the permissive exemptions.
So in the there's a separate PDF which lists them each one by one, and it includes a number of religious organizations, and those would be for the property surrounding the place of worship. Would that be what they are?
That is correct.
And that meaning it's the 747,000 that we're referring to is entirely within the discretion of council, the permissive tax exemption, so we can under our policy.
Yes, the attachment there that shows the city portion of taxes being 429,000, and then the other taxing authorities. So if you were to change the exemptions, both of those figures would change, and that's within the realm of control of council.
Perfect. Okay, thanks for the clarification on that. I'll cede the floor as others have their lights on.
Thanks, Councillor Cole Hamilton and Councillor Jolicoeur.
Yeah, thanks. And thanks for the presentation and for the report. Yeah, just staying with clarifying questions, back on a similar section of the staff report under page 5 under the exemption limit. As Councillor Cole Hamilton alluded, the 700,000+ that for 2024 that we are looking at for the city portion and the other authorities. When in the policy currently, we have the 2% of properties, 2% of the previous year's tax levy. Is there a reason why we only include the city portion and not the other authorities? The staff report does highlight that it is the City of Courtenay taxpayers who do cover the other authority costs, which were above 300,000. So yeah, I'm wondering that 2% component in the policy, why is it just the city taxes and not the city taxes and the other authority amounts?
So I would suspect that it's related to the city's taxes only, because council is really only exempting the city's portion of taxes on the property. The other taxing authorities' taxes are still due. They're just being paid by the remaining taxpayers of the city. So it's a subtle difference. Since council has the ability to exempt municipal taxation on a property, so our collection goes to zero, we're not simply just increasing taxes to all the other organizations left in the city. And that's why the 2% has just been focused on the city's portion. If council wants to make direction in a future policy that, you know, we should consider the entire tax picture, well, that's a direction we can take.
Can I have a follow-up, Mayor, on that?
Yep.
So just to clarify, for those who receive permissive tax exemption, they are not paying their city taxes, and they are also not paying the other authority costs related to their property?
That is correct.
Okay. Thanks.
Thanks, Councillor Jolicoeur and Councillor Moore. Sorry, it didn't turn yours on.
Oh, I got in. May I?
Well,
Thank you so
I think-
much.
It's all good.
It's okay.
well, Councillor
Turn
Moore,
off?
and you, I think
Should
you
I
were.
turn mine off
I
again?
think you're ahead. I'll
No, it's. So if we were to move to the grant system, would those grants follow a similar criteria as to other grants in terms of having, I was trying to find it in the report, but somewhere it references, alignment with strategic priorities and the OCP, et cetera, would be the idea. So I guess I'm wondering, there wouldn't be an assumption that everyone in the past who's applied would necessarily be receiving a grant if we move to a grant system. Is that correct?
It's really up to what council wants to do. The rationale for suggesting a grant is there's the ability to have more control. So you could have different tests in there and you can provide different levels of support. So like I use the example of a organization that has a small building and has therefore a small exemption and therefore has small levels of support. We go into a grant, if the service they're providing is really important, well, the city could provide a bigger grant to that organization for that service. Going to the granting, there is no requirements for assumptions of what we've done in the past is what we need to do in the future. It's really what is council's discretion at what they want to provide support to.
Sorry, can I have a quick follow-up?
Mr. Garbutt, I think might have a quick comment as well, or yeah, okay, well.
Yeah, I mean, maybe you're gonna answer this, I guess. So would the idea of this potential granting program be completely separate from our other grants that we hand over to the community foundation?
Again, it's up to council. We
Okay,
could-
so
we could really-
there's no tentative kind of idea or.
No.
Okay,
We could really focus it on strictly the organization brings in their tax bill, what that number is their grant. Or we could expand it to focus the support differently.
right, okay, thanks.
Mr. Garbutt?
Thank you. Through the mayor to council. This is work to be done. Council will help us establish priorities. We have talked through our strategic planning discussions on the types of things that council would like to see. The 4 cardinal points inside our Fish Community Plan is being referenced. And we also are developing community benefiting guidance in a number of policy areas. So when we come forward on this granting conversation, there may be an ability to lump them together isn't the right word, but to have one consolidated granting process with somewhat similar activities. But we need to get this direction, then we can do some more work in that regard. As it currently stands, there are some significant challenges with permissive tax exemption, and there's some limited benefits. And there may be an opportunity, given the fact that council has identified priorities, to broaden the applicability of those and access to community benefiting activities that are worthy of investment in the community based on the priorities that council's established.
Right, and Councillor Frisch.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. I have 2 questions. One is about the Marina Society that you used as an example. And I'm just wondering if that boat launch is maintained by them or by the city.
Great question that I don't have an answer for at this
Yeah,
time.
okay, well, it just struck me as a highly used benefit that maybe wasn't mentioned, and we don't want to pick on them or anything, but I get the point you're trying to make in the report. I also had a question about the properties like the Island Corridor Foundation and what the implication would be if we asked them to show their community benefit and apply for a grant and so on and so forth. And the numbers seem really high, and I guess I wonder what that's based on. Is it based on like a working railway or the development value? You know what I mean? Like those numbers that they would essentially be on the hook for. Yeah, I'm just wondering how an organization like that would plan when I think they generally have zero money, if you know what I mean. Sorry, I don't know if that's funny or not, but like the Railway Corridor Foundation isn't known for having deep pockets, I don't think.
Yeah, if you look at the exemptions provided by the city historically, railways are considered class 2 utility. And when you have an active railway in your community, there's a lot of value flowing through there. So it is taxed because it has a lot of value to provide. In our case, it's substantially different. There are some instances where a permissive tax exemption may be the best route to go. You know, with the railway, that may be what we should do for the long term until we figure out what is going to happen with that. Like anything, I recommend not jumping full into one path or the other. There's always going to be a hybrid. Another example is some of the nature parks. You know, going with a grant, we're just moving money back and forth. We can go to a longer term exemptions.
Okay, great. Thanks for those ideas.
If I may just for a second, we actually have a staff response to the question around the boat launch. Ms. Saunders?
Thank you. Through the mayor to council. Just to confirm, it is a public boat launch, so the city maintains it. I understand we did some work a few years ago, but the docks are maintained by the marina. Yep.
Excellent. Thanks for those questions. And Councillor Hillian.
Thanks, Mayor. If I understand our process correctly, this was originally brought up because there were concerns about one particular organization that was getting a tax exemption that may have had practices or actions that were contrary to city values. And that's launched this larger review of the entire process. Just in terms of a historical perspective, I think that this policy has grown up as a result of the desire of the city to make a bit of a contribution to social agencies and other agencies that are doing good work in the community, many of whom have come to council over the years asking for some type of support. But times, in my view, have changed, and council now, in fact, is involved much more in the social fabric of the community than during a time when it perhaps the granting of permissive tax exemptions was maybe the only thing that the city did to contribute to the social well-being. We're now putting out a considerable amount of money for issues such as homelessness and other things through our staff resources and other types of grants, provision of the building for the Connect Center, things like that. So I think it really makes sense for us to re-examine this whole approach. And it really concerns me when I hear that we have organizations that are getting tax exemptions that aren't actually doing the necessary paperwork that would justify that and would assure that you know, their organization is still doing what they said they were doing when they applied for the exemption, who knows how many years ago. So so I'm actually in favor of us moving towards a grant system where we provide some funding to the community foundation and basically turn it over to them. And I'm sure they would have more time than our staff to make sure that organizations comply with the basic requirements. And it would alleviate our staff of a significant amount of work involved in chasing these things down. The city would still be making a significant contribution to a number of worthwhile organizations, but it would streamline the work of city staff and the processes that council has to go through to do those approvals. So I just wanted to say that as to contribute to the discussion here. Thanks.
Thanks, Councillor Hillian. Appreciate that. And Councillor Jolicoeur.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. I think it's my last clarification question. I really appreciate the fulsome initial analysis and the indication that there's more work to be done. Under the discussion points, I really appreciate all those that are listed here, and I support those that are listed in other sections of the staff report. And in your presentation, Mr. Langenmeyer, you spoke about community benefit. We did recently pass the community benefit continuum through our recreational fees and charges bylaw. And it's referred to a few times in the staff report, but it's not under the discussion points. And so one of the points there says, should financial needs tests be considered? I guess I'm just curious if there was a rationale for why community benefit analysis wouldn't be part of the ongoing policy analysis. Or if there's still room, or if that was explicitly excluded, I guess.
I can speak to the financial needs test. So I see in some of these applications, you have organizations that have a lot of funding and a lot of money in the bank. And the exemption they get is not as impactful to an organization that is really tight. With regards to your question, the community benefits and adopted through the fees and charges, it wasn't left out on purpose. It is something that can totally be brought in. That's a very good method to look at how to distribute funds.
Okay, thanks.
Right, thanks for that. And Councillor McCollum.
Yeah, I'm just joining the conversation. I didn't have any clarifying questions, and it sounds like maybe we're transitioning onto the discussion points. But I just want to confirm that that's okay to proceed.
I'll look to Councillor Moore, whose light's on.
Yeah, okay,
Okay.
that's how I felt about it
Yep.
too. And everyone had a chance to go. So yeah, I'm certainly in favor of revisiting this. Each year when it's come before us, it always stands out as something that is fairly imperfect, and it seems like a series of it's been built on a series of decisions that are not necessarily all connected to the one before. And at a certain point, I think there's just a value in revisiting the entire framework, which is really what's being proposed here. And I think that makes a lot of sense to me. Something that does stand out each time that we look at this is simply that depending on how long the organization applying for the exemption has happened to be in one place, what determines whether or not they get a 40% or 100%. And it doesn't really connect back to that community benefit piece. The highest exemption here is for the Air Park Association, which is listed as private and commercial aircraft operations. So I can't see that there's any public component piece to that. And again, I think, and there needs to be a way for us to look at this in one sum of funding. And the way that the policy works now is that it can increase and increase. And we've been very successful in the last few years in seeing more nonprofits be able to develop housing, which is great news. And that's another example where we have some nonprofits that are able to deliver affordable housing that's very much in line with what we would like to see more of in the community. And yet, you know, that as that grows, we need to consider the whole package, and some of this is that we're giving a complete tax exemption to things that are maybe not as high up on the priority list. And I think we need to look at look at the policy and how it's applied. So I think I had one other, and the other piece I wanted to pick up on that you raised, Adam, was on the upper and lower limit, or the upper limit really makes sense. Although I guess again, if we're looking at something, I would like us to give that some consideration, but that does seem fairly complicated. And then the other question I had was just around the exemptions for, like, you know, that we have at 100% that are for like the art gallery and things that are kind of an extension of our arts and culture. They seem like they fit in a different category. And I'm wondering if there is kind of a possibility of identifying certain things that we just leave as is, like those, and then these kind of more external, the ones that fit in more external category get looked at with a new framework.
Oh, I will say yes to that. This is why we're here, is to collect the feedback. And I had some thoughts like that. I had responded about not everything may be suitable to go to the grant route. We may have some that stay within the permissive tax realm. You know, like an extension of a municipal service. Well, that makes more sense maybe to stay as a tax exemption versus, you know, moving money back and forth. You know, we pay the money to pay our taxes.
Yeah, exactly. The other comment that I wanted to make was just around our current policy and a requirement for an audited financial statement. That's an incredibly high bar for a small nonprofit. Even some fairly large nonprofits do not go through a process like that. So obviously there needs to be at least an update in that. I can't imagine that's something that we've ever followed, despite having it in our policy. And then that kind of relates to the financial needs aspect, that if we are going to go that route, I think it does need to be examined externally through a granting agency, because again, it just becomes fairly complicated work to ask of our staff to internally evaluate something like that, especially understanding that we're not going to be, you know, going through audited financial statements to get to that answer. So that's a tough one too, because it would work really well if we had perfect information, but I just can't imagine that that's something that we would be able to obtain through a process like this. So that's another one to kind of give further consideration to, I think.
Thanks, Councillor McCollum. And we have Councillor Morin.
Great, thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I'm in agreement that I like the points that are in the proposed recommendation around the granting program, et cetera. There's a few properties that I drive by fairly regularly that are under the land, the exemption because of the land, and every time I drive by them, I think they've just been empty for years. I've lived here very long time, and some of them have been empty, well, frankly, since I was a kid. So I really struggle with when we see these big empty pieces of property, and there's a tax break for those. You know, we see empty lots in other parts of town that people are paying, they're paying taxes on that property and it's sitting empty. I'd like there to be housing on those pieces of property as well, but at least they are paying money. So I struggle with that. And also the piece around, landlords are not necessarily passing on any savings to I worked for an agency where that occurred, where the landlord would get that benefit, but not necessarily pass that on. So what was my other comment? And also just being guided by the policy priorities and cardinal directions of the OCP. I'm also in complete agreement around that as well. I think there are lots of organizations that we would still receive that exemption in a grant form. But I think there are many others that if we put in this type of policy that we would really relook at them. And I just don't think that, we should just carry on as status quo when we just haven't looked at things with a fine-tooth comb. And I'd also make the point that there's many communities that don't do tax exemptions at all. So I don't think there's any necessarily, onus on us to continue in the same way that we have been. And let's try to really help out those organizations that are providing that community benefit and maybe back off a little bit on the ones that aren't. Thanks.
Thanks, Councillor Moore and Councillor Jolicoeur.
Thanks, thanks, Mayor. Yeah, really happy to know that this is just the beginning of this work, and I want to agree with my colleagues that I support the direction that staff are asking us to move in for further policy work. It's kind of one of these situations where we started to look at it, and I mean, I had a lot of questions like my colleagues around the policy, and now that we have some initial insights, I feel even stronger that we should be completely rehauling this. I think in particular, I'd like to see if there is going to be an option proposed at a further date for us to continue with PTEs that is managed by city staff, that we have a full costing analysis of the impacts on the general citizen and the taxpayers. I think seeing that number as it relates to the other granting authorities and how large that was, and now fully understanding that the taxpayers are the one bearing the brunt of that when we give someone a permissive tax exemption. I think that's something I would like to understand fully, if there is an option that will be brought to council for us to stay with the permissive tax exemption. And then, as I said earlier, I think, you know, if there's a tool for us to assess community benefit, I think that would be really helpful. And I mean, I think one of the real key indicators that we needed to be doing this is that the policy has not been functioning even with the components that is within it. And, the staff reports highlights a few significant deviations that impact our capacity to meet the policy. And so I'm glad that we're taking the time to fully understand this. And I guess I will also just share my support for that that last component of the recommended resolutions in front of us, which is related to the nonprofit childcare providers. Simply because I think it's quite clear that this is something that we've committed to through our OCP as well as our strategic priorities as a council. So I'll be supporting the recommendations as they're listed by staff. Thanks.
Thanks very much, Councillor Jolicoeur. Appreciate your comments, and Councillor Cole-Hamilton.
Thanks, Mayor. Yeah, I would agree with, I think, virtually all of the comments that I've heard so far about the challenges of the existing system, and sort of I think one of the examples in the staff report that the food bank receives $2,500 a year in, or just under, in a permissive tax exemption, whereas the social benefit there, I think, is quite plain to see, whereas organizations like the Marina receive almost $14,000 in exemptions, and it's obviously limited to a very small number of people who are in the privileged position of owning boats. The Air Park, which receives more than $71,000 a year, and you know, largely serving people who are in the fortunate position to be owning recreational aircraft. So I think the impacts clearly are disparate, and they're not aligned necessarily with what we support or even with each other in terms of relative value. So there's a list of things where you're asking for direction. Affordable housing owned by a nonprofit. I think, you know, if we're going to a granting function, I think that would definitely align with our values. Organizations with access to federal or provincial funding for property taxation, I think it's like, well, yeah, they should go to the feds or the province to support that. And I noticed we also, there are a couple of exemptions for local governments, like the Comox Valley Regional District. It's very kind to lend us this building, but we grant exemptions to a number of their properties as well, and whether we want to be transferring money to other local governments, whether I think that's something we might want to give some consideration to. And I would echo, as we go through the list, Councillor Jolicoeur's comments on our support for nonprofit daycare. I know it's generally a principle not to compete with for-profit businesses, but I think the enormous need for childcare in this community, and the great work being done by nonprofits, which isn't being met by the market, I think we should consider supporting. I'd also be interested in looking at upper and lower limits for how much of an exemption, or sorry, how much of a grant we might provide. And I'm very much in favor of going with the external granting model. So it's just kind of running through the list of areas where we're needing guidance, but I appreciate you setting out some of the questions that you had in mind. So I'll just leave it there for now.
Thanks, Councillor Cole Hamilton. And now is probably a good time to mention that on the slide, it does omit the line and further that is in the staff report. So that directly speaks to modifying the policy around not-for-profit daycare. So if that's something that we want to have in the motion, if we're going to support the staff motion or if we're going to alter it, that wording is in the staff report on page 8. So Councillor Warren.
Yeah, I was just wanting to test the waters to see if we're ready to move the recommendation. Nobody has. Okay, I'll go ahead and move the recommendation as it is in the staff report. Do you want me to read it out?
Maybe just the extra line around daycare that's not on the
Yeah,
slide.
so the part that's missing is that, and further that council consider an amendment to permissive property tax exemption policy to indicate that section 5A does not apply to not-for-profit childcare centers in accordance with the practice of other local municipalities effective for the 2025 PTE consideration.
It's been moved and seconded. And Mr. Garbutt.
Thank you. Through the mayor to council, anticipating some wording, I've passed it on to our legislative services colleagues. I think we need to be more directive that it be amended to clarify. So we have some language. I just
Sorry, there's an email that I sent out, but my apologies. I was
I'm happy
juggling in my brain.
I'm happy to read that, Mr. Mayor, if that would assist. Bear with me.
So we made
That permissive property tax exemption policy section 5.A bracket be amended to clarify that not-for-profit daycares are not subject to this prohibition for consideration during the 2025 PTE.
Okay, I move that. Thank you.
and I believe we may need to do that as an amendment. Does that sound, so somebody would like to second that as an amendment? Thanks, Councillor McCollum. Any questions or comments on the amendment? Just providing better clarity for staff. All those in favor? And that passes unanimously on the amendment. Now on the motion as amended, are there any questions or comments? Councillor Hillian.
Thanks, Mayor. I'd just like to clarify the time frame because it sounds like things will remain as they are for the 2024-25 tax year.
With exception to daycare.
With the exception to daycares, and then staff will bring something back that will apply to the following year. Is that essentially what we're talking about?
Yeah, given the restrictions of when we have to get the bylaws done to hit the 25 year, I didn't want to rush this process. I wanted to inform, probably come back to council with the draft policy of where we're landing. So our goal for the 2025 permissive tax exemption is to try to bring the report and the bylaws earlier, to give council a little bit more time than what occurred in this year for the exemptions. So it'll be a slight bit of a hybrid. But the goal is to really have these impacts hit for 26 tax year.
Yeah, and I suppose the other implication of that is that it gives organizations a couple of years to consider whether they will still be eligible or not. And presumably also subject council to a fair amount of lobbying on the part of some. So I think we can look forward to that, but that doesn't mean we shouldn't move ahead. Thanks.
So, yeah, and thanks for articulating that, Councillor Hillian, that sort of runway that it gives those organizations is going to be absolutely imperative for them and their planning for their financial plans as well. Okay, any further questions before I call? Seeing none, all those in favor? And that passes unanimously. All right, next we have operational services, the downtown Courtenay parking study. The infamous study. Mr. Shaw.
Perfect. Thank you. Through the mayor to council, I'm pleased to introduce the 2023 parking study. The purpose of the study was to collect accurate, reliable data relative to parking in the downtown core and the surrounding area. This information will provide current and future analytics, as well as provide insight into the current parking behaviors and forecast needs within the downtown core and surrounding timed parking areas in the future. McElhaney is the city's consultant in this particular project, updated the parking review in April of 2023, which compared results with the previous study that was conducted in 2017. The 2023 analysis, as I said, was expanded slightly in an effort to cover all of the timed parking areas that are listed within the OCP, and as well as some residential nodes that were adjacent to the downtown core to understand relative impact of movement of vehicles within the area. Matt Browning, who's a senior transportation planner with McElhaney, has joined us here tonight. He'll be providing a brief presentation on the updated study. Thanks, Matt.
Maybe you should push the little.
Thanks to Mayor and Council. Transportation not quite as interesting as housing or solid waste, apparently. But I will try and make it so. So this is a variation of a presentation that we prepared for submission to the Transportation Association of Canada annual conference in Vancouver in September. And it's been accepted in the innovative technologies bracket. So it's really good to represent the city of Courtenay as well as McElhaney at that event in September. Okay, so there's a lot of slides in this, but I will go through relatively quickly, but they're all available for perusal. So I'll keep cracking on relatively quickly, although I know that there's a bit of a lag once I click through. So as mentioned, I'm a senior transportation planning engineer with McElhaney, just up the road on Ryan Road there. And I've been working on the island for almost 3 years after almost 20 years in Toronto before that. So this is the downtown Courtenay parking study. And staff reached out to us to do this update to the 2017 study that we'd also done previously. And because we'd done it before, there was very little in the way of, here's the ABCs of what we'd like you to do. It was very much a, hey, can you update this study? Here's the area, let us know how you're planning to do it and we'll get cracking. And what had previously been done, what's been done for basically my whole career in transportation is you send out a bunch of summer students and co-ops and things like that with notepads and pens, and they walk around the city and they do a little tally of 17 cars on this street and 20 cars in that parking lot, and they put it all in a piece of paper, and then they get back to the office and they type it all up in Excel, and then they, it's all very manual and it requires a lot of time and a lot of people. And you need to break up the city into a bunch of parcels and sectors so that there's enough time for a person to get around that area within 30 minutes so that you can capture what's going on in each period of time. This is the kind of data it gives you. And once you've got that data, there's no way to go back and validate and say, were any mistakes made? Was the student getting tired by the end of their 8 hours walking around? Was it raining? Was the confusion about where they were supposed to be? There's literally no way to actually confirm that the data that you've got is what was actually happening in reality. And it also gives you at this sort of section level, right? So the numbers are all how many vehicles were in this entire area. So when you look at something like what was the utilization on 6th Street, for example, you'll get that nice flow chart that you see in the bottom right of the slide. But that tells you really what's going on in that entire area. It's not specific to that one location. So there's no granularity really in the analysis that you can get. It gives you a good big picture of sort of generally how busy are things, but you can't really drill into it and use it in any particular way. And this has always bugged me. So when the city reached out, I kind of felt like this is a really good opportunity to try and do something a little bit different. McElhaney, we're very fortunate. We've got a really, really extensive supply of drone operators because we do a lot of surveying work in all areas of BC. I think we're the largest group of drone pilots in British Columbia, actually, possibly in Canada. And so we have all these drones that are available for our use. And we've also got a lot of GIS and mapping and data and analytics software and users and things like that. I kind of felt like it was a really neat opportunity to try and put those together, do things a little bit differently, and see if we can come up with something that was actually adding value to the city rather than just here's that updated report with a bunch of tables and graphs. So this was the proposal we put forward, and the idea was that we were going to fly some drones over the city, take hundreds and hundreds of images of the city, stitch them all together into a nice mosaic to say, this is the snapshot of what the city looks like during this time period, then move that into GIS to do some database analysis and see if we can pull data that way. And so that's what we did. That was what was agreed. The city were very forward thinking to accept this as a kind of new way of doing things, and we appreciate the show of faith that we could get it done. So we flew our missions. We did 2 weekdays, 2 Saturdays, and you can kind of see on the zoomed in image there, the resolution is very, very high, and you can zoom in quite far, and you can really see the differences in individual vehicles. We're actually able to spot individual bicycles on bike stands, like across the road from the library, for example. You can go in and see exactly how many bikes use that during the course of a day. And so there's these sort of 30-minute intervals of snapshots. And what you can do in the software is you can sort of overlay those 2 images and drag across from left to right. And Google's had this kind of software on Google Maps for a while, where you can look at the historic data to see, developments kind of arise over the course of a couple of years. You can do the same sort of thing here and say, well, at 11 a.m., this is what's happening. But if I scroll across to 1:30 in the same location, what's happening now? And what that helps you to do is to look at, say, 5th Street and say, there's 2-hour parking maximums on 5th Street. That car's there all day, because you can scrub across from 10:30 to 5:30 in the evening, and it's the same car that's there the entire day. That tells us something interesting about how parking enforcement's done, about how parking utilization in the downtown is occurring, and why there might be capacity constraints. And it might not be because it's incredibly busy. It might be because employees of stores in the downtown are parking outside their store because it's nice and convenient and they know they're going to get away with it. That's kind of interesting thing that you wouldn't get from just a tally chart on a clipboard. So the next step there is, once you want to get into some analytics, is to import all that into GIS, which is a very streamlined process. And so now we have this very, very cool web portal software. And the top image shows you sort of the entire extent of the study area. And it immediately tells you exactly how many vehicles there are. It has vehicle detection software built into it. There's a little bit of data cleaning that's necessary, because some things look a lot like a car when you look at them from above, and other things are sort of, a car that's stashed in the home hardware, it's not really affecting city business. But what you can do then is you can go in and you can sort of draw a polygon around an area and say, tell me how many cars are in that location. And now you can do that thing on 6th Street that we couldn't do before, where you can actually draw a line around 6th Street and say, what's the profile of what's happening on that corridor during these time periods, on these days, and get some real insight for it. So you can delineate between a car that's driving, a car that's parked, a car that's parked on a curb or in a parking lot. You can sort of mess around with what you're looking for in different ways and filter it accordingly. And actually, as we were sort of developing the tool, as we were going through the process, staff reached out and said, hey, we're interested in exploring some potential opportunities on 6th Street. Can you let us know what's going on? And by basically the end of the day, we had block by block, here's what's happening, here's where your busy times are, here's where your availability is. And we were able to provide that sort of ongoing analysis and information. So big picture, what we found was the utilization for off-street parking. So this is sort of, your parking lots like the Shoppers and library and places like that. It never gets more than 80% for the downtown core. And downtown core is that previous image that I showed. So that's the entire area, not just the sort of walkable pedestrianized, pedestrian-friendly downtown, but the whole area, which leads you to believe there is some capacity, but it might not be where you think it might be. And so the idea of having the different colored sort of time graphs there is to show that some sections of the city obviously are busier than others. But in general, it does drop off around the same time, around 2 to 3 p.m. And that's similar for on-street as well. On the weekends, utilization is quite a bit lower, about 50–60% of total. And then what we were also able to do was answer a bunch of specific questions that staff had about certain areas, like particular street frontages, the Old Orchard area, for example. So north of the city, there's this concern, hey, maybe people are coming in, they're not being able to find parking in the downtown, they're parking on my residential street and then walking into the downtown. that's a bit of a problem. So we were able to look at that and provide some metrics and analytics to show, here's what's actually happening, here's when it's happening, here's why it might be happening. And if there's any questions that come back, you can always go back and look at the footage. So we have the receipts and we can say, we think this is what's happening, and we can demonstrate that it is also true. So we had to look at a bunch of those areas, and we're able to, produce some good insights. So a few really great benefits of this is that it's almost eliminated all the health and safety risks that are associated with doing these kinds of surveys. You imagine over 4 days, probably a dozen people walking around into parking lots, potentially, rainy weather, getting a bit tired, not paying attention, the risk of hazards and collisions increases. We had one guy sitting on the back of a truck driving a drone remotely, and the drone has a parachute on it. So if it fails, it just kind of floats to the ground. We obviously had to go through a bunch of protocols about airspace and things like that, the Comox Valley being as it is. But that was all resolved. I think we did get one call to the RCMP from somebody saying, hey, why is there a drone flying over the city? So, perhaps if this is something that happens again, a little bit more outreach and awareness to say, hey, this is going to be happening. It's nothing to worry about. It's just part of some data gathering. But the key benefits is granular data that you can interrogate on an ongoing basis. And we've had a training session with city staff who have access to this web portal and can go and do their own analysis for any part of it as and when they like. And it can obviously be updated, expanded, and changed as and when needed. So that provides a lot of additional ongoing benefit. Because we now have this all set up, as we continue to develop the software, we'll be able to do more and more interesting things with it. So now manually you can go through and you can identify all the accessible parking spaces in the city, because you can see where the graphic is on the ground. And then you can pull the data and say, how used are they? Which ones are the most used? Are there areas where there's one that's always full, that maybe the space next to it should be an accessible parking spot too, because it's high demand? Is the one that's never, ever used? Maybe that doesn't need to be. Maybe that could be bike parking instead. So we can look at some of these other things alongside the actual, normal downtown parking study things. So hopefully this provides some ongoing benefits and uses for the city in a bunch of different ways that we might not have even thought of yet. So that's the tool that we've developed, and we really see it as, rather than providing sort of our document, our piece of information, we're providing a tool that the city can use in an ongoing way for future years, future studies, and future updates. So thanks very much.
Excellent. Thanks so much, Matthew, for the presentation. While I'm waiting maybe for a question or two, I've got a couple things, just because we talk to the BIA on a regular basis. The Downtown Business Association, and parking is often a concern for a variety of reasons. And so one question that I have is just whether or not there's a plan to share this information with the BIA. I know we meet with them, so yeah.
I'd probably defer that to Kyle, to be honest.
Mr. Shaw.
Super, thanks. A brief note to the BIA in terms of what analysis we've conducted, the information we've collected, and how fulsome that is more than appropriate. Staff would certainly work on that if that's council's wish.
All right. Excellent. And because we do report once a month with them, it could definitely be something that could be of some use for them, for sure. So, and the city manager and myself meet with the executive as well, so we can have a brief thing that's for the group, but really appreciate it. And Councillor Morin.
Great, thank you, Mayor. I'll have to show this to my son. He does drone photography, but he doesn't have a license or anything, but he's thought about it. So I'll have to tell him that there's actual real money to be made. Actually, a local tourist business swiped one of his drone images, and I had to tell him about copyright and all of that. But anyway, you said that you were able to zoom in and things like that, and I guess I think we've had this inkling for a while that that, just as you discovered, only up to 80% max parking is utilized downtown. But of course, it means you need to walk, a bit. So for those folks with mobility challenges, were you able to determine? You probably weren't, but I'm just wondering if they had, the sticker on their car, or were you able to to determine anything about the people who were parking where and whether there may have been mobility challenges?
I mean, the imagery is good, but it's not quite that good.
Yeah,
To see
that's what
inside
that's what
a
I
vehicle.
figured. But I mean, that would be something for the further analysis down the road, because really, excuse me, we could prioritize spots for people with mobility challenges, and then other people could walk a little bit. So
Yeah, I think the observation has been that the accessible parking is used at a very similar rate to a regular parking stall. There were accessible parking that were used more than others, but only relative to adjacent stalls, relative to further away adjacent stores. And it's essentially what you expect. Sort of the further away from sort of Fifth Street that you get, you see less and less parking occupancy. People obviously want to be closer downtown.
Great, thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Moran and Councillor Cole Hamilton.
Yeah, thanks. I know we're just going for clarifying questions. So a lot of this was really clear, and this is probably more for staff than for you, Matthew, but thanks. So there was just a statement that I was confused by. It said there's significant sections of parallel parking that may be converted to angle parking on Fifth Street, for example. And I just thought a lot about Fifth Street, and I just can't think of a place where there's parallel parking where it could be converted to angle parking. And I'm wondering if it gives Fifth Street as an example. I'm just wondering if there are other areas of downtown where angle parking might be adopted, perhaps Fourth, because it's fairly wide, but Fifth really didn't add up for me.
Yeah, great. Thank you through the mayor to Councillor Cole Hamilton. I recall in the report a similar statement, but that was with regards to Sixth Street, the upper half of Sixth Street with respect to angle parking and the conversion, the potential conversion, and the net impact relative to that conversion to parallel. And that conversation and that question was asked relative to impact as we embark on the discussion of options analysis for cycling activity with on Sixth Street.
Yeah, I can find the quote because I could just kind of lifted it out because I found it so interesting. So you can all watch me doing fine on this, but I would assume that perhaps if that is what is said, then that would be a typo in that particular case, that there's no options on Fifth. Where are there other areas like Fourth perhaps where angle parking might be considered? I'm just curious.
Fair. If I may just go back to your latter question, if I do recall now, I think you're correct in terms of the discussion point, and it was a discussion point of the net impact and the usage relative to the upper part of Fifth. So there's a particular section between England and Fitzgerald that is angle parking. We wanted to understand if it was actually being utilized in a very good way relative to the availability of parking in the downtown core. The study showcased that it was being utilized in a very good way, that the turnover rate was high, which shows a very vital and healthy parking and usage of parking in that particular corridor.
Oh, thank you. I was just going to add one point. We were talking about the angle parking on upper Sixth, and it seemed that the report was noting that there's quite a high level of usage there. And both yesterday and today, as I was heading from work up to the regional district building, I went up that block at about 1:45. And while yesterday every single angle parking spot was taken, and today all but one was, there were many of those people I would assume are customers of Edible Island, and their parking lot had 9 available spots yesterday and 11 available spots today, and actually has a food truck parked in it because there's so much parking available. They don't. So it's interesting to note that there's private capacity often in the same locations where there might be sort of apparent pinch points and or parking, a lack of parking. I think many people who use the angle parking there are people who are shopping at that store, but would prefer not to have to go in and out of the parking lot. And as far as I could, and maybe I'm wrong about this, that was the primary location on Sixth when you were looking at sort of parking usage versus possible active transportation usage. it was that upper angle parking block of 6 that was the primary concern in terms of sort of lack of capacity. Is that correct, that it was that block?
Yeah, through the mayor to Councilor Cole Hamilton, it's a great question. The analysis for 6th with respect to active transportation was 6th as an entire corridor between Fitzgerald and Cliff. Understanding that the angle parking and the capacity that it offers to the downtown core on the upper part of 6 would have been the greatest of impact. So we wanted to understand the relative usage of it, how healthy it was, and whether or not there was great turnover. And I mean, it really speaks to the development of the analytics of this tool and our ability to go through and categorize each segment of road, being both angle parking, as you see it on 6th, 5th, and 4th, are all highly used. They're all highly activated, and the turnover rate on them is extremely high as well, which shows that they are healthy and vibrant, which was another analytic that we were very curious to know. Was it static parking that was being utilized in those? Much of the turnover rates are in the 30 to 40 minute, which means people are actually driving to the downtown, getting out, using parking spaces, activating the storefronts, getting back in their car, and then going about their regular business. And new people are actually turning into those and utilizing those spaces for the next duration of time over. That's reciprocated in some of the analytics that we understood for 5th. 5th Street actually sees very high rates of capacity, upwards of 90, which would be almost suggest that it's overused. But what we're realizing, what we're seeing through this is that there's an ability for people to travel around the block and for space to become available and that space to be taken over. So there's less vehicles, as you see, as Matt articulated, in the outer areas of the downtown core, because if you just go around the block once and take 10 minutes, there's probably going to be a spot that's going to open up, which again speaks to the vitality of the parking in the downtown core.
Okay, thanks. I think vitality is such an interesting word to use in relation to parking. And the thing about converting to angle parking on 5th, I found it's the second paragraph on page 10. Anyway, thanks very much.
Thanks, Councillor Cole Hamilton. And Mr. Garvey?
Ms. Wade is participating electronically, and I believe she had something to add, although there are elected officials with their hands up. So.
Did you have a comment, Ms. Wade?
Thank you, council, and through the city manager to council. I just wanted to add on, these are really great analytics that Mr. Shaw has done with the parking. And I just wanted to let you know that as part of our work plan, we're going to be using these analytics to inform local area plans that will be coming before you shortly. And so this will help to inform many exercises from the planning perspective. So I appreciate all the comments that I'm hearing and just want to let you know how well this is going to be utilized as we move forward with the various plans coming before us.
Thanks, appreciate that. And I do recall about 8 years ago or so when we were doing the charrettes and at a BIA meeting afterwards, there was some discussion around making 5th Street one way and putting angled parking on there as well. But I think that went over, well, obviously it hasn't happened. So, but I do remember those conversations happening for about 6 months or a year, but that was quite a while ago. And but with that, I'll pass it over to Councillor Gilliker.
Thanks, Mayor. And I too, I think it was the first time I've seen the word healthy and vibrant to describe parking before. So my knowledge of those words have expanded. So thank you for that. I'm not entirely sure what we mean by that, but I think I have a general sense from the presentation. So thanks for that. My questions really relate to the sections under related context, and I appreciate that Ms. Wade is here because I think this is the first little bit of insight since we passed the SHMOOS, or we're in the process of passing that stuff, but in the ongoing work, I should say, around that. But yeah, page 13 and page 14 and 15, which have the maps. So obviously we were able to kind of piggyback, it sounds, on this study for the SHMOO work. Do we expect to see this type of analysis for the other, I think we call them urban corridors or urban centers for the other areas under that?
Through the mayor,
Ms. Wade, if you got an answer, jump right in.
I'm just looking, I see Director Shaw is probably looking to jump in. I'm just wanting to say that this baseline information, hasn't been utilized with the SHMU, but is definitely great baseline information to utilize as we go through and evaluate the SHMU and its implication, and particularly with the motion council gave on the resolution to look at parking that would be required for the SHMU on site versus on the streets. And so I will just leave it at that and turn it over to Director Shaw.
Yeah, thank you through the mayor. It's a great question. I think what we've proven, in partnership here with McElhaney, that there's a tool here that can be utilized in a multitude of ways to benefit multiple departments in terms of their forward movement and ventures with respect to council's wishes and initiatives. This sets the baseline for that so that we have data that's relative. We have comparative metrics from 2017 to know where we've grown and come to today. And in just looking, and we did a small study just to look at the Old Orchard area in terms of relative impact to the downtown core, and that probably be one that's most interesting relative to the SHMU with respect to the 5-minute walkability or the 10-minute walkability zones. And we understand that currently within that area, 66% is where they peak out in terms of total usage of off-street parking or on-street parking, so off-site parking. And of that, currently about half of that parking is a result of downtown usage or people parking and walking in. So about 30% of that 66 is attributed to that. So there's still quite a bit of space, but it also speaks to some further analytics as we look at to enforcement or whether or not parking restrictions or parking permits may be required, when that may be a point of impact. It may not be now. And I think that was a point of discussion through the SHMU presentation is, at what time do we consider on and off street parking to be a requirement, and to how much and to what net impact that may occur, and to how long down the road do we wait until we start to seek permitting opportunities. And this will provide us with that baseline for where it is today relative to the SHMU not being implemented. And then as developments come on board, we can then further do analysis to understand what the net impacts are. And I think adding to this and having the baseline of it, and we talked to Matt just briefly before the presentation, doing regular updates to these images provides, again, that same snapshot that you would see on Google as you trace through. We've got 2017, 2023, 2027 would be another, 2028 would be another opportune time to go and update this and show that progressive usage of our space and understand the behaviors that exist within our parking in this particular area.
Excellent. All right, thanks for that. And Councillor McCollum.
Thanks, Mayor. Yeah, I just wanted to pick up on just the interplay of looking at that 6th Street corridor and how parking will be impacted with the development of a corridor for active transportation along there. And yeah, I mean, it's picking up on the same paragraph that Councillor Cole Hamilton highlighted. That the question is, can angled parking be converted to parallel parking given the current demand? And it is highlighted that this is a well-used area of angled parking, which, I mean, it's clearly supported by the data, but there is no analysis that I saw, although I did look in one of the images that's provided, that there is significant angled parking very close on the end of Cumberland Road. That is kind of a, an off-angled street that people don't think of because it has kind of a different entrance. But in the image, there's hardly any cars in those spots, which are essentially like less than a half a block from those 6th Street spaces. And I guess to me that speaks to, that we have these areas that do have slightly higher demand downtown because they work well, they're easy to pull into, they have high turnover. But that doesn't actually mean that we're having to address like a real constraint where people aren't able to park. Just maybe some habits would have to shift in that area. I would think that after we did the complete street at Lower Fifth, that some parking habits probably changed there, as some people are not as comfortable parallel parking in that constrained space, that they may choose the angled parking along Fitzgerald around the corner. And I think unless we're seeing a real lack of people being able to access downtown, we can certainly balance that for the sake of a more comfortable active transportation corridor. But yeah, I also was a little bit unsure of what it says, that there's significant parallel parking sections that could be converted to angled parking on Fifth. And I wasn't clear where that was, but I also wanted to say that if we were to consider adding any angled parking, that it is considerably safer to force cars to back in and pull out nose first. It is a lot safer for cyclists because they do tend to travel much closer to the bumpers. So I would also hope that we could have a discussion on design of those kinds of spaces if we're considering adding them, because they're not that safe for cyclists.
Would I be able to just quickly respond to that?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, because safety around angled parking is something I've looked at quite a lot in a lot of jurisdictions, and you're absolutely correct that when you drive into an angled spot, reversing out becomes very dangerous for not just cyclists but any road user, because of, especially with a community with quite large vehicles. Reversing into an angled space can actually cause some really serious problems for pedestrians on sidewalks because of the overhang of truck beds. And if you don't stop in time, you're essentially reversing into the sidewalk, and you can see it in a lot of locations where people are parked, are reverse parked, that the back of the truck actually overhangs the sidewalk quite considerably in a location where you wouldn't expect it to, and you feel safe on a sidewalk, and that can be quite dangerous as well. So there's two different ways to look at that, and it's something that needs to be, like, context sensitive, I think.
Yeah, that's a good point. I guess if we put a 2-hour parking sign on every single stall, then maybe we could provide some safety. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. I had one other comment too. Just around our public parking lots, it was highlighted that the usage is quite high in the Duncan and Fourth public parking lot, which is no surprise. I in my experience, it's often full. But do we have parking time limits in that? Is it the same as street parking? Like, is there a 2-hour time limit? And and I think the comment in the report was that it appeared to be well used by like local staff people, which to me is implying that many cars are parked there all day. So I'm just wondering if staff has any anything to add on that.
Go ahead if you have something.
Mr. Garvin.
Yeah, thank you. Through Mayor and Council. Our parking enforcement has varied over the years. Some of our public parking lots are in fact monthly parking, where we need to really take a hard look at that. This baseline data will help us. We also have a piece of property that was purchased for the express purpose of public parking, and we've been collecting cash in lieu of parking for in excess of 15 or so years. We'll have to come to that. We have received some mixed commentary from the BIA about parking enforcement timeline, monthly parking, 2-hour parking, and it's going to take some careful thought. So right now, it is mixed, and our enforcement is at this time until some additional work is done in the ticketing area. There are a lot of warnings and some limited enforcement.
Thanks very much for that. And Councillor Jolicoeur.
Thanks, Mayor. Yeah, a question for staff around the study in the Old Orchard and the impacts of I guess, daytime use that we've heard from residents in that neighborhood from the overflow of folks who are coming downtown to work during the week. Do we have any insight on how this study, and this might be a question for Ms. Saunders, I'm not sure who, but how this study might impact our planning for the McPhee Meadows entrance in the Old Orchard neighborhood?
Ms. Saunders.
Thank you. Through the mayor to Councillor Joe Looker. Sorry, just to pause there. There's a number of departments involved in the McPhee and Meadows planning. So I think, and I'm just looking at Mr. Davidson, whose team's actually leading this work right now, that will be coming back to council with some updates on McPhee Meadows. I don't know, to be honest, if this this study went so far to look at that entrance at McPhee, like if it covered that geographical area, if it was included, or if it's outside the downtown core. So unfortunately, I don't have that information, but I know parking and access to McPhee Meadows was a consideration in the design, so that'll be coming back to council at a future date.
All right, thanks for that. And Councillor Cole Hamilton.
Cole Hamilton.
What's that?
Yeah, okay, got it. Thanks.
I didn't say it wrong, did I?
No. Thanks. And I had a question which I think was partially answered by our city manager. It was just how this study might inform our parking enforcement in the meantime before we sort of review it in the future. And partially picking up on what Councillor McCollum was saying, it was also noted that I think 3 of the vehicles on 5th Street were there for 5.5 hours the entire duration of the study. And while it's only 3 vehicles, that's 6% of all the parking spots on 5th Street, and also roughly comparable to the amount of spaces that are taken up by restaurant patios. So that's an interesting thing to note, and I wonder if we could get more use out of our parking if we are considering things like perhaps 2-hour limits on greater sections of the downtown core, and also on perhaps timing our enforcement to make sure that full day parking isn't happening on those streets. I work on 5th Street, and when I cycle in and out every day, I often see cars which don't move between when I arrive at work and when I come home. So it seems like that could benefit. So is this being fed into any review of how we're allocating time and resources for bylaw enforcement there?
Mr. Garvin.
Thank you, through the mayor, to Councillor Cole Hamilton. Ms. O'Connell is at professional development, so I'll speak on their behalf. Yes, we have and continue to work closely with the DCBIA, and as I had said previously, there's many perspectives on this parking. We hear very regularly that their customers need parking. And then we know anecdotally and amongst meetings of the BIA members themselves that a lot of it is occupied by staff. Council may recall that we worked with the previous executive director to make available the lot beside the CVRD building, which takes approximately 9 minutes to walk from that location to the farthest extent of the BIA. We've publicized that information as an alternative to help support economic development downtown. We'll continue to do that. And if the BIA is in a position to support enforcement there, because of its economic impacts, then we will do that, and we'll consult with council in that regard. And if I would inform council is that's an operational matter, but I would just say that for every action there is a reaction, and so the more enforcement you do, you have the potential to push parking into the residential areas, which then feeds into the potential for residential permitting, which Mr. Shaw had spoken to either. So it's a somewhat complicated matter if people were rational in their utilization and kind of took advantage of that public access or asset that could assist with staff parking. I think we'd be in a good position. So we're going to continue that dialogue and react to what we hear from the BIA at this point.
Thanks very much for that. Fantastic. I don't see any further questions or comments at this point. So I think we are good to look at the recommendation. Councillor Frisch.
Thanks, Mayor. I'll move receipt the downtown Courtenay parking study and that study be used as a baseline data set for to support future active transportation design standards, regulatory standards, parking enforcement standards, and the implementation of the official community plan.
To be moved and seconded. Any further questions or comments now that it's on the table? Seeing none, all those in favor? And that passes unanimously. And I would say now is a good time to take a dinner break. So we will return at approximately 7 p.m.
Yeah. Got my,
Sorry, that's okay. Yeah. Good evening, everybody. We are back from our dinner break and we're going to move on to item 6.5.1, the Comox Valley Farmers Market Native Sons Hall rental fee reduction request. Mr. Garvin.
I believe Ms. Chan is going to introduce this report, and other staff from our CCS are available for questions.
Thanks so much. Ms. Chan.
Thank you for the mayor and council. The purpose of this staff report is to provide council various options to consider in response to the Comox Valley Farmers Market's December 2020 request for Native Sons Hall Grand Hall fee reduction. So at the time, the fees were based on the City of Courtenay Fees and Charges Amendment Bylaw number 2947 from 2018. I'll refer that as the old bylaw going forward. Now in April 2024, council adopted the Fees and Charges Amendment Bylaw number 2988 2024, and that's the new bylaw. It's based on the Recreation Fees and Charges Framework, and it updated the indoor rental fees and charges effective September 1st, 2024. With the adoption of the new bylaw, Comox Valley Farmers Market Association would now be reclassified into a new category rate that would be designated for not-for-profits with commercial use. And it would be a non-subsidized unit cost. The rental rate would be based on 100% of the unit cost. However, the fee is phased over a 5-year period in the bylaw. Now we're presenting 4 options in the staff report. Option 1 is to charge the fee as outlined in the new bylaw. That is to charge the non-for-profit commercial use rate. This would result in a significantly higher fee than what the association currently is charged over the next 5 years. In option 2, which is the recommended option, staff would charge the nonprofit adult rate under the new bylaw for the next 3 years, with 2 1-year options to renew through a partnering agreement. Now, this result in not a rental fee reduction for the association. It would result in a moderately higher fee than one that they're currently paying. We are recommending that the reclassification of the association to a lower rental rate be done in conjunction with the partnering agreement. It will document the service deliverables required from Comox Valley Farmers Market Association in return for the city providing the assistance, moving them into a lower rate category. So this assistance is provided to acknowledge the social, health, and economic benefits that the Comox Valley Farmers Market Association brings through its weekly farmers market in the fall and winter, in addition to providing food security to the City of Courtenay residents. Now, there are 2 other options that we provided. If council desires to provide a greater financial assistance to Comox Valley Farmers Market Association than outlined in the recently adopted bylaw. In both these options, they will be charged the nonprofit adult rate, but a grant is provided in response to the request for a fee reduction. This, in return, it does not impact the recreation's operating budget by reducing revenue. And it also aligns with best practices of providing a grant rather than reducing or limiting fees that are outlined in the bylaw. So the 2 options, which I'll identify as 3A and 3B. So in option 3A, we charge the nonprofit adult rate under bylaw, the new bylaw, and we provide a grant of approximately $1,000 per year. The grant when applied would net the association paying the equivalent rate that they pay under the old bylaw. This results not in no rate reduction, but keeps their rate at what they're currently paying. So it's a status quo. Under option 3B, we also charge the nonprofit rate under the new bylaw, but we provide them an annual grant of approximately $5,000. The grant, when applied, would result in a reduced rate than what they're currently paying under the old bylaw. So under option 3A and B, we recommend also a partnering agreement to be entered into with the association. to also outline service deliverables in return for receiving assistance from the city. However, it'd be a shorter period, it would be for 3 years. All of these options we've discussed with the association and their input was considered, and also the impacts are included in the staff report. So staff are recommending option 2, charging the adult nonprofit rate under the bylaw. It positions the association alongside with other adult nonprofits, and the tax-funded subsidy is at the same level. It provides time for the city and the association to work together to identify long-term solutions for a permanent year-round farmers market, as outlined in the OCP. And with the recommendation before you, we are open to any questions. Thank you.
All right, thanks for that report. And I do see Councillor Morin.
Great, thank you. You know, I'm not supposed to comment yet, but I'll just say a quick thing that it seems like they don't completely fit in any of our categories necessarily. But my question is, they would still be paying additional costs, correct? Like for custodial and all of that. Like, would those be the same as what they've previously paid? And so that would be in addition to the little bit of an increase, correct?
Through the mayor and to Councillor Morin, that's correct. The analysis before you in the staff report does not include the custodial fees. Those are recovered on a cost recovery basis.
Mm-hmm. And are those custodial fees going up?
They are charged according to what the union rates are. So if the union rates are going up by 2% in the following year, or then those would be they would increase. That's correct.
Okay, well, I'll leave it for others to ask questions. Thanks.
Thanks, Councillor Morin. And Councillor Jolicoeur.
Thanks, Mayor. And really appreciate the fulsome analysis that staff have provided in this report, both the comparators and the work to identify some solutions based on the council resolution. I mean, just as a quick comment from Councillor Morin, I mean, I clearly understand them in fitting in with that nonprofit commercial use, and that this report is identifying an opportunity to move them to another class. My question really is, as it relates to the impact section, I did have a fair bit of concern with some of the feedback that the Farmers Market Association has provided in terms of what they are unwilling or unable to provide as a result of either option 1 or 2. I guess given that option 2 does have an agreement component, and staff really clarify and lay down why we need to have that agreement based on the community charter and other reasons. Staff are recommending that part of the agreement would be to participate in city-run planning activities, including the Harmston Park and other food policy-related activities in the OCP. But in the impact section that starts on page 9 and continues onwards, the farmers market identifies that if option 2 does proceed, or option 1, that will be an activity that they will not potentially be able to meet. And so I'm wondering if staff can speak to reconciling some of the components of an agreement with the statement that the farmers market potentially will not be able to actually fulfill those types of activities.
Thank you to the mayor, to Councillor Jolicoeur. So the service levels identified in the report are examples. I think if we were to move forward with option 2, it warrant further discussion as to the level of participation and involvement that the farmers market can provide, and we go from there. I'd imagine through the planning process, if they cannot directly have the staff to participate, we can also engage. There's other organizations that have farmers. They have there's a Comox Valley Farmers Association. We could engage directly. There are definitely different avenues of engagement. But again, because those service deliverables haven't been finalized, we have potential to discuss those further so that there is participation.
And Ms. Saunders just has a addition.
Thank you. Through the Mayor to Councillor Jolicoeur, just to build on Ms. Joy's comments, the farmers market is involved in numerous planning activities in the Comox Valley. So I think their feedback speaks to broader implications than just participation in city processes. But one of the reasons that staff are putting forward an agreement that includes preference for participation in these planning processes is that we're looking towards a permanent solution because we don't recommend a permanent solution being the reduction of fees in a rental space that is in high demand. When a farmer's market can occur outdoors under the right conditions with the right infrastructure and other uses of that space cannot occur outdoors, we're really looking to provide enough time for those planning processes to come to fruition and to achieve the objectives identified in the OCP, to look for a permanent solution that gets the farmers market an appropriate permanent year-round space. And so that's also another reason to include that in the service agreement, is to hope for their participation in that process.
Thanks for that. And Councillor Frisch.
Yeah, I don't have any clarification questions, if that's okay.
Okay, I do see Councillor Jolicoeur's put his hand up. Did you have a?
I had another clarification question, but if others have some, of course, go.
No, I think you're up.
Okay, again, in the impact section, wondering if the Comox Valley Farmers Market had indicated, given that they've listed all the things that they will not be able to do if we go with option 1 and 2, had they indicated any sort of actions that they will take to address some of their potential financial shortfalls as a result of fitting into our new policy, maybe looking at their business model? I appreciate that staff have sent a follow-up email with some charges that they provide to their members or they charge their members. I'm just wondering if there's been any feedback around any approaches that they plan to take if option 1 and 2 move forward.
The mayor to Councillor Jolicoeur, they will look into grants to help support the funding. We approached the Comox Valley Community Foundation and provided the exact example. And the foundation did confirm that fees from rental fees do qualify for grants. And I think there's also another other grants that come up that could apply. So my understanding through their conversations that they've been looking at their expenses and done what they can through their expense reductions. But I think possibly the only remaining option would be to look into grants.
Thanks for that. And Councillor Hillian.
Thanks, Mayor. I'm not sure if I missed it in the report, but do we have any indication that there is a viable site for a permanent market that could potentially be located with city and others looking into it?
Ms. Saunders.
Through the mayor to Councillor Hillian. Well, we don't have a specific location in mind with the downtown and Harmston Park local area plans. There are opportunities to look at how a space could be identified and developed to support a permanent farmers market location. And that is one of the objectives in the OCP, is to identify a permanent location in Courtenay's downtown. So those two processes are underway. We've just started them, and Ms. Wade, if she's still online, can speak to that. But those are the prime opportunities to begin those discussions and planning exercises.
Thanks. Yeah, I just worry a little bit about, earmarking Harmston Park as one of the possibilities, given the significant interest in the community and particularly the neighborhood and variety of other possibilities for that space. So I hope that that's not the only egg in our basket.
Thanks, Councillor Hillian, and again, I haven't been part of the conversation for quite some time now, but there was discussion about putting something at the exhibition grounds as a large building that could be multi-purpose, but I do see Ms. Wade, did you have a comment to add?
Thank you through the mayor to council, and just in response to Director Saunders. Yes, as we go through the kickoff for the local area plan for Harmston and also looking at the downtown playbook, there'll be a SWOT analysis as to where there's possibilities for the farmers market, which will be part of the work ahead of us, as Ms. Saunders has spoken to.
Thanks for that. It looks like clarification questions are potentially cleared up now. Councillor Frisch.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. Well, I'm encouraged to hear that that's the process to find the farmers market another suitable space all year round is going on. You know, I've always said we should cover that parking lot and make it an outdoor space, but I always think sometimes bigger than is possible. And I actually think that staff have kind of hit a good middle ground here for us to consider. I'd like to think that we could help out the farmers market more, but at the same time, you know, our financial constraints are substantial. I'm also hearing that there's possibility to rent out that space to other groups which provide community benefit. And so I won't move anything just yet, but maybe just one more question to staff. Is there enough demand for that space that we could be renting it out in that very time to other groups?
Ms. Saunders?
Thank you through the mayor, Councillor Frisch. I would say yes. The Native Sons Grand Hall is one of our most used spaces. Off the top of my head, its occupancy is around 75 to 80%, which is extremely high for a rental facility. We're bursting at the seams in recreation and cannot find enough space to offer programs that the community is looking for. And we're also, we heard, as council heard in the report, the engagement summary for the cultural strategic plan, there's an extremely high demand for affordable, accessible spaces to support arts and culture. And so the Native Sons Grand Hall would be one of those spaces as well.
Okay, yeah, it sounds like more investment and that's needed. So I will move the recommendation if it comes up, when the time comes up.
I think we're there. Councillor Moore, did you want to speak first? And I see Councillor
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. Yeah, I think we just moved into comments now. So yeah, I understand this is a quandary for sure. It's just interesting timing because many of us went on the farm tour recently, which was really informative and interesting, and kind of reminded me of when I was commercial fishing with my dad, and fishermen were not fishers, or fishermen were not making any money basically fishing at certain times. And basically that's what farmers are experiencing locally right now, that they're really not making any profit. And I guess the other thing is that the farmers market, the farmers, the food producers do, it was quite incredulous. I felt quite incredulous that they're not making any profit, but they continue to provide tons of produce to for food security, to the food boxes, to school programs, to all of the social housing that we have. So we see farmers as vendors, you know, at the market, and that's their business and they're making money. But I think sometimes we forget that they're actually kind of almost closer to a nonprofit, and we don't have, it's not like an artisan type market where you're seeing a lot of fancy, you know, soaps and stuff like that. It's really produce and other food production. So, I mean, I'd love for them to stay at the status quo, but I do recognize that that we do lose revenue that we could have if they weren't there. Obviously, a permanent solution would be better, but I guess I just wanted to add those comments because I think that our farmers, when you look at the water situation that they're dealing with, you look at the fact that they're not making any profit and they're contributing tons to like hundreds and hundreds of families. They offer a coupon program to folks with low incomes to come and to get food there. So yeah, those are some of the conflicted feelings I have around that. And I just wanted to put that on the record. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Morin and Councillor McCollum.
Yeah, I don't have a whole lot to add to the discussion, but I did want to weigh in and yeah, I mean, it's never an easy decision, changing fees for a not-for-profit like this that really provides an important and weekly service in our community. But I do think that what staff have put forward as the preferred path forward, it does strike a good compromise. We are still providing a subsidy of $30,000, well, nearly $31,000 a year, which is significant. And of course, there's always the potential for more. But I think it does moves us in the direction of lining up these agreements and the way we do our operations with the policy work that we've done in this regard. And I would prefer that we continue on that path, even if in some respects it's less than a perfect result for the farmers market. It does also connect with our last agenda item. Or was that two? I'm losing track of the order, but the permissive tax exemption, and that this is an example of a not-for-profit group that doesn't happen to have a typical lease and therefore doesn't really benefit from a different policy that we have in place. So perhaps there will be a different way of supporting this organization as we move through that. And look at a different way of providing community benefit for nonprofit organizations. So I'm comfortable with the recommendation being put forward by staff, and I will support it.
All right, thanks for that. And yeah, this does seem to sort of strike that balance. And I guess one clarifying question when we're looking at those year-over-year increases. If I'm reading the numbers correctly, is it less than $50 a month as the increase, or is that am I reading it wrong?
Thank you, the mayor and council. So for option 2, in 2024, because of the timing of the effective date of the bylaw, that's correct. That's correct. For the year, it's about $500 increase over what they're currently paying, and then it increases gradually over the next few years. $1,200 the second year, and then $1,400 the following year.
Okay, so it's $50 or less than $50 a month for the first year, but for the second and third year, it's more like $100 a month for each successive year, if that makes sense. So
that's approximately correct.
Okay, thanks. I appreciate that. Okay, any further questions or comments? Councillor Frisch.
Yeah, I would just a final comment. I was going to pick up on what Councillor McCollum had mentioned, that there's always the opportunity for this group to come back and look for support, especially, for those summer markets or other things I think they need further support for. And I suppose we could consider that. And with that, I'd actually like to move the recommendation, if you're okay. I move the recommendation. Thanks.
Okay, it's been seconded. Any further questions now that it's on the table? Seeing none, all those in favor? All right, thanks for that. And now we'll move on to external reports and correspondence. And we have a letter from the Courtenay Air Park. Councillor Frisch.
I'll move the recommendation.
Excellent. Thanks for that. Fantastic. I don't, Councillor Jolicoeur.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. What is a marquee? And what does it look like? And can staff maybe give some insight? I mean, we obviously have a sign bylaw. This is asking us to give direction to staff and delegate that and to potentially consider it. I'm wondering if staff can speak to any insights on how this may or may not fit in our current sign bylaw. And I don't actually know what a marquee is.
All right. Over to Mr. Pennington.
Thank you. Mr. Mayor, through you to Councillor Jolicoeur. My understanding is that they were interested in establishing essentially a freestanding arch that just had some promotional signage relative to the not-for-profit nature of the event. We did have conversations with the manager of bylaws prior to putting this recommendation forward to council, and they didn't have any concerns at the time. So we just wanted to make sure that council felt the same way. I'm sorry I can't be more detailed about the marquee itself, unfortunately.
Maybe another clarifying question on that is whether or not like it's because it says along the pathway, so would it still be on like the Air Park property, or would it be on the pathway outside of their fencing? And maybe we don't know the answer to that, but
My understanding is that it would be on city property outside of their fence based on communications with this group.
okay, thanks for that.
Thank you.
And Councillor Hillian.
Thanks, Mayor. A marquee is a canopy that's usually projecting over the entrance to a building. You might hear it in relation to theaters, the marquee, where it has essentially like a canopy over the entrance and maybe a sign on it that says what's going on. So I think it's relatively inobtrusive for the period of time that it's going to be up there. Thanks.
Yeah, not likely that there's a theater, so it's probably going to be a lot smaller than that, but yeah. And Councillor Jolicoeur, your hand is still up, and I just wanted to confirm if you had a follow-up.
Questions, just for comment.
Okay. All right. I think we're done with clarification. So if you have a comment.
Yeah, I mean, we have policies in place. I understand that this doesn't meet it because of the deadline. I do feel not super great about giving an exemption to something when we have really clear policies and a bylaw around this stuff. So I'm actually less inclined to support it. And I'm not really clear, if this is something that we've done in the past, that we would typically allow for an exemption to our policy and our bylaw as it relates to signs. We have had lots of community feedback from other sign approval processes, and I do worry about us not being able to do the due diligence that is necessary. And so I guess that's my comment. I'm not sure if staff want to speak to what they will consider in this as it relates to the bylaw and the policy, but I do feel uncomfortable with this.
Yeah, Mr. Corbett.
Ultimately, it's council's discretion, nonprofit organization. We do deal with requests quite often. Some considerations when people waive items related to signage is if it's a for-profit, commercial exercise, etc. Many organizations that undertake activities like this in a fundraising or sort of community-oriented area. I happen to look up hopeair.ca/GHW 2024, and it's a fundraising related to medical care. If staff had a concern, it would have been flagged for council's information.
Yeah, and I guess I may have some information just having had them come and present at a Rotary meeting a few years ago, just private aircraft that volunteer their time and fuel to get people to appointments that are out of city. So, but I do see that Councillor Hillian may have a comment.
Thanks, Mayor. I would liken this to a special event, a short-term special event. And I can think of other examples where we've, for example, a person who had completed a series of murals depicting drug deaths and other information related to drug poisoning and such, and put a display up along the fence at the air park and later in a different part of town. So I certainly think there's precedent that I don't see this as being out of the ordinary. I don't see it having any bearing on sign policy. It's essentially a one-off special event fundraiser as noted. So I would hope we could support it. Thanks.
Councillor Hillian and Councillor Moore.
I don't have anything to add, just that we've done it before, and MAD, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, also came to mind that we've done this kind of thing quite a few times before. Thanks.
Right. Okay. If there's no further comments, if somebody'd like to. Oh, we're moved and seconded. Well, let's get on to taking a vote. All those in favor? And that passes unanimously, and we will move on to letter from the residents of Lambert Drive. Councillor Hillian.
Thanks, Mayor. I just wonder if we could hear from staff what the issues are here. And I see there is a recommendation that that we ask for a staff report. So I'd just like to get some clarity on what that report may tell us and how that might help this situation.
Thanks, Mr. Garbutt.
Thank you. Through the mayor to Councillor Hillian. Council's aware of some previous enforcement activity we had to take as it relates to tree removal. These properties are subject to and have been impacted by those activities. We have overlapping requirements on private properties that were placed as a condition of other development approvals. Staff in the Development Services Department have done some research in this regard. Our bylaw services area has been leading on this. We've had significant engagement with the residents, and the bylaw department has worked with them on some options. It's appropriate for us to come back to talk to that as those covenants were placed. There are other agencies involved.
Thanks for that. Councillor McCollum.
Yeah, just, I mean, it sounds as though if we provide or vote in favor of this recommendation, we would get something back before we take our next steps. But should there be a path forward, or that there is, a way, or that we can provide confidence that this is a doable request, would this then proceed in the same way that a normal covenant removal, that they would be responsible for the legal fees and such?
Through the mayor to Councillor McCollum, that's why we want staff to work through it. We've got multiple departments involved, and we have private properties involved, and we had a action that occurred. So I think it's appropriate at this point, and we can come back with those implications. We really want to do the best thing for all parties involved. And the people who are affected by this were not party to the action. They're affected by it though, because of subsequent requirements.
That makes sense. Thanks for that.
Councillor Hillian.
Thanks, Mayor. Can anyone on staff remind me of what we got back on any action that was taken regarding the offending parties in this matter, and whether that bears any relevance for this?
Mr. Garbutt.
Through the mayor, we had legal action and there were costs. We had an award, and we reported back to council. And then we have to work with the property owners that are affected by the action by the third party.
Thanks.
Councillor Frisch.
Would you entertain a motion at the moment?
I don't believe there's any further questions, so yeah.
I'll move that council direct staff to determine implications related to the request for assistance removing the covenant on Lambert Drive and report back to council on options related to the request.
All right, any further questions or comments? Oh. Thank you. Okay, I'll call the question. All those in favor? And that passes. Thanks, council, for that. And we'll move on to the letter from Kumagway Cultural Society.
I'm sorry.
Councillor Cole Hamilton.
I'm assuming there's probably no clarification questions required here, but this makes all kinds of sense to me. It'd be great to be taking better care of these totems, and it looks like the recommendation is first to look at our entire sort of collection of totems around the community and work with Kumagway to keep them in good condition. This seems like reconciliation in action, so I'd be happy to support it. But it looks like the city manager has some detail to offer.
Mr. Garvin.
Thanks. I don't want to protract the already long meeting, but we had some very good engagement and discussions. There are a number of polls potentially underway in the community as well, and some opportunities. And because we haven't really crossed this threshold yet, and maintenance of some other polls in the community have been done kind of on a one-off basis, having a comprehensive approach would be important. And especially because there is a great deal of protocol and information and authorities related to the maintenance of these. We want to be extremely careful and respectful. I really appreciated the conversation I had with Lee Everson on behalf of Kumagway, as well as some conversations we've had with artists in the community.
Thanks for that.
Yep. So with that, I just wanted to move the recommendation. The council direct staff to work with Kumagway Cultural Society and other interest holders to explore options for the management and care of totem poles on City of Courtenay property.
Second.
Okay, it's been seconded by Councillor Jolicoeur. I did see your hand up, Councillor Jolicoeur, but I don't see it now, so I'm assuming it's all good. All right. All right. And again, I think fairly straightforward reconciliation in action. So all those in favor? And that passes unanimously. Excellent. Then we'll go to internal reports and correspondence, and we'll get the Strengthening Communities Grant update. Mr. Garvey.
Thank you. Under section 8.1 of the agenda, we have an update on the utilization of these funds. Some amazing work is happening and is ongoing. We have staff, Ms. Bates is here if we have questions from council, and there's 2 recommendations for consideration.
Councillor Frisch.
Can I move the recommendation 1?
I don't see any questions, clarifying questions at this point. Did staff want to?
Well,
yeah, Councillor Moore.
Yeah, I just wondered if staff, I mean, I know we have the report, but this kind of report is a lot of work, and I'm just wondering if there's a quick synopsis of it that's pertinent rather than just, yeah. I mean, I'm sure there's not going to be anything contentious, but I just thought it might be good to hear from staff. Thanks.
All right, Ms. Bates.
Thank you, Mayor, through Council, Councillor Moran. Yeah, thank you for this opportunity. It has been some work, but it's actually been some joy to provide this service to our city. So really, this is your update with the Strengthening Communities Grant. We continued on here. This might be your last update before I bring in the final report. So anyway, we received the grant, as you know, in 2021, and it's totaling nearly $2 million since we received it, and the money was used well to support people who are living without homes. And mainly the money was used to support Daytime Access Hub, as you know, Connect, outreach, peer-based team. That's been a really exciting part of this, supporting peers
providing them funds to do cleanup and to give back to the city. Community engagement, anti-stigma, we've done the training programs. Also, and feeding, we also funds to one of our primary recipients was Sunday Station and Comox Valley Transition Society. And also we were giving some money because they're regional to the Hormead Denman Community Health Care Society. So we went to three, in this last part, three main organizations, and they continued on with their really wonderful work supporting people out there. I guess the milestones here, yeah, we were able to up our street cleaning from what it was to 3 times a day, 7 days a week. We have had some regular community action advisory committee meetings with the people of Connect and the neighbors, I shouldn't say neighbors, bylaw, RCMP. And maybe we're going to get DCBIA there, the last one. Yeah, so this has been going really well, lots of positive feedback, and the numbers, the statistics are pretty phenomenal. If you look at that large number there, it's 86,000 plus supports to people who are experiencing homelessness, addictions and mental health issues, who are going into, primarily this is Connect number, but that 87,000, I was sort of scratching my head. What does that mean? It means it's not just the number of people coming through the door. It's the number of people who come through the door and somebody's taken the time to say, can I give you something to eat? Can I, do you need to use the bathroom? Do you need a shower? Do you need some supplies? Can I refer you to a doctor? Do you need, to get on a housing list? It's actual support. So it wasn't just a number coming through a door. So that's quite a phenomenal number with this amount of money. As this comes to an end, we're really lucky to get that extension. Actually, quite a few of these projects have already ran out. It's coming to the end, the funding at the end of June. And we have some experience with this in that there was a bit of a hiatus between the initial grant and the second little extension. And during that period, and the people have confirmed to me that we're working with, we were able to continue all of the services, but at a reduced level. Okay, so what happened was some of the agencies were able to get funding from, they've leveraged this and gotten funding from other places. So that was great. So we can kind of look at that a bit. But what I have heard is the major concern here with at the end of June, is the impact is going to be on Connect. Connect is funded through BC Housing right now to look after the people 24 to 33 beds. And they are, to sleep there, provide all those services, but they're providing a whole lot of other services during the day to a much larger population. And they aren't actually going to be funded for that. They have went back to BC Housing to see if they could get some support in terms of security and that kind of thing. We're waiting to hear back from BC Housing so they can get a little bit of extra. We understand that food is another piece that might be an issue, but they've been getting more and more donations for food, so they should be able to continue that expanded food service. The one area here that's problematic, or maybe, is the street cleanup, with the very area that we gave more funds to in this last quarter. I understand that they may be able to look after one of the 3 different daily cleanups, but we need to find we're looking with them to see if we can find a grant somewhere to help with at least one other street cleanup. So that's where we're at. Everybody's sort of coming together in next week, and we will talk about how we're going to sustain this, and then also how we're going to disseminate the very positive results and recommendations within different groups that they're advocating with. So using the data and how can we use it the best to help advance their efforts. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thanks for that update. And Councillor Frisch.
Well, yeah, I just wanted to say thanks for the update, Ms. Bays, and I appreciate Councillor Morin asking for that. If there are no questions, I'd move the recommendation.
All right, Councillor Jolicoeur.
Yeah, thanks. That's a comment and a question. Just really appreciate kind of a verbal report in terms of the next steps. And I think it kind of launched some thinking around the conversations that are happening with BC Housing around the continuation of the supports that we were funding through Strengthening Communities for Connect. Can staff speak to maybe a timeline and when we might know whether or not BC Housing will come to the plate to support funding the services that will no longer be funded through Strengthening Communities? And the reason I ask is because I get curious if there is an opportunity, and I do appreciate that staff have a ongoing positive relationship with BC Housing staff, but I do wonder if there might need to be a political advocacy lens to that request as well.
And are you commenting on recommendation 2?
More specifically, I support recommendation 2, but more specifically as it relates to Connect, given that we're a few weeks out here from that service no longer being funded through Strengthening Communities, and if we have any insight on when BC Housing will confirm whether or not they will be paying for the additional operational costs for those services.
Ms. Saunders.
Thank you. Through the Mayor to Councillor Jolicoeur. The conversations that the Comox Valley Transition Society has had with BC Housing are very recent. I think within the last week or two. I would expect we'd hear in the next couple of weeks. This is the typical time of year when operators for BC Housing are renegotiating their operating agreement. So their budgets are done on an annual basis. Their fiscal year end is March 31st. So this is about the right time for an operator to be making these requests. To ensure just clarity, BC Housing does fully fund all the services associated with providing the 24-hour shelter for the 33 beds and guests that are and are there. It's the additional things. So they do fund some security, but not all the security. They do fund some food, but not all of the food. So I just want to make sure that that's clearly shared with council and that understanding is there. So it is about an incremental costs. And we will support the Transition Society in those conversations with BC Housing. And of course, if it seems like an appropriate thing to do for council to take a more political avenue, of course, staff could respond to that direction as needed or come forward with a recommendation to council if we need to as well.
Thank you.
Thanks for the question, Councillor Jolicoeur. And with that, I don't see any further questions or comments. So all those in favor? And that passes unanimously. And then there's recommendation 2. Okay, been moved by Councillor Frisch and seconded by Councillor Cole-Hamilton, I believe. With that, are there any questions or comments regarding recommendation 2? Seeing none, all those in favor? And that passes unanimously, and we will move on to the notice of motion for Councillor Jolicoeur.
I believe I'm just pulling up the recommendations for.
We're just, because we're gonna do something here, I'm gonna maybe pass it over to Mr. Panneton.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just since council might be modifying their usual rules of procedure, I'll just go over this very quickly. As council's aware, usually notice of motion is given, and then at a subsequent meeting, that motion can be considered. In this particular instance, the Union of British Columbia Municipalities requires resolutions to be submitted for consideration no later than June 15th, which is this Saturday. In light of the time constraints here, council and Councillor Jolicoeur, I believe, is going to be putting forward a motion to waive section 35.15 of the council procedure bylaw so that council can consider this motion this evening. Thank you.
Thanks for clarifying that. And so, Councillor Cole-Hamilton's light did get turned on just as I was clicking Mr. Panneton. So I don't know, Councillor Cole-Hamilton, if you're comfortable.
I was going to move that procedural motion. Yeah.
Perfect, excellent. So waiving, any questions or comments on that? Seeing none, all those in favor? That's unanimous, and I'll pass it back to Councillor Joe to talk about the motion as opposed to a notice of motion.
Thanks, Mayor. And so this is a motion titled Advancing Local Government Actions Towards the Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples Act and Reconciliation. And it's a motion that we're bringing forward as a result of conversations between rights holders locally, but also in conversations with levels of government around the issues around capacity for local government to advance DRIPA work and reconciliation work, in recognition that the city of Courtenay specifically has prioritized reconciliation in the OCP and in the council priorities. And our city manager is working on a reconciliation plan for the city. And we recognize that not all local governments have the capacity to be doing this work. And so this motion really speaks to that. I'll just read it out. Whereas the province of BC is implementing the 10 principles within the Declaration of Rights of Indigenous People, the DRIPA Act, and local governments and Indigenous organizations are collectively working towards reconciliation actions. And whereas many local governments and Indigenous organizations do not have the capacity for the extensive work required for effective partnership building in the spirit of reconciliation, therefore be it resolved that UBCM requests that the province of BC provide an ongoing funding stream for local governments and Indigenous partners to advance DRIPA and local reconciliation actions.
Okay, seconded by Councillor Cole Hamilton. And you've already spoken to it, so maybe I don't know that you need to speak to it a second time. But are there any other councillors that have any questions or comments? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? And that passes unanimously, and we will move into Councillor Morin's motion.
Okay, thank you. I know that there's many more whereases than normally we have. But I'll push through it. So the resolution is urgent need for downtown washroom facilities, advocacy to Island Health. Whereas the numbers of people in our community who are unsheltered have increased dramatically, and there are inadequate washroom facilities for those who are unsheltered. And whereas we are seeing evidence of an increase in public defecation and urination, potentially posing a public health risk to humans, animals, and the environment. And whereas due to the significant compromised health conditions of those who are unsheltered and for safety and security reasons, public washrooms require enhanced maintenance and supervision. And whereas according to the Canadian National Housing Strategy Act of 2019, every person has a fundamental human right to housing. And whereas basic housing includes provision of heat, washroom facilities, and clean water. And whereas the responsibility for public health lies with provincial and federal governments and health authorities such as Island Health. Therefore, be it resolved, Council directs staff to request a meeting with Island Health's medical health officer and appropriate Island Health staff to discuss the health impacts of the lack of adequate daytime and no after-hours washroom facilities for those without shelter, and be it further resolved that the mayor, on behalf of council, send a letter to Island Health requesting the urgent provision of capital and operational funding to support downtown 24-hour washroom facilities, and be it resolved that Island Health be requested to appear as a delegation at council to respond to the city's request regarding provision of and support for downtown 24-hour washroom facilities.
Second. All right, it's been moved and seconded. Any further questions or comments?
I did want to talk a little bit to it.
Yeah.
I did time it, so it should be within the time frame. I wanted to say that the medical health officer did reach out to me to discuss this resolution briefly, which I really appreciate. And my rationale for including Island Health and the medical health officer specifically in the resolution is because I really do believe this to be a public health issue. And I brought this motion forward, frankly, because I think we need help. And it's not a pleasant topic to discuss. No one wants to talk about urine and excrement in public spaces. Interestingly, since I brought this forward, I've had numerous people come to me, folks in neighborhoods, businesses, and not people that we normally hear from, who say that this is an issue for them. You know, sometimes I just think we need to talk about these kind of topics to really make it clear what we're dealing with. But I guess I want to say that I feel that this issue is the most unpleasant for the people directly affected. For the dozens of people who are unhoused, who have no access to bathroom facilities from dusk to dawn. And if we really take a look at what that means, it means that there's no access for personal hygiene. There's no access for women on their monthly cycle. There's no access for people who need to keep wounds clean to prevent infection. There's no access to those with mobility issues who don't have the ability to trek, to find a more discreet place to relieve themselves, and to the many seniors on our streets who frankly should be aging in a safe, clean home or a care facility. So I really think this is a sanitation and a health issue, and that's why I addressed the resolution to Island Health. I'd be open to adjusting the resolution to include community partners, because I have heard that there may be some, I've heard through the grapevine that there may be some funding to help with some monitoring and supervision of bathrooms if we were to get some help with funding. But I really think that first and foremost, this is an issue for the people on the street. And then, of course, we're also hearing from downtown businesses and residents that this is a increasing problem, and the regular cleanup is distressing and takes them away from focusing on their livelihoods. So that's what I'll say for now. We know what we need. I think we need washrooms in more than one location, because people don't want to leave their belongings when they to go and use a bot, even if we had it 24 hours a day. To actually leave your belongings means that you might lose them completely. Someone might steal them. So I'm really hoping that we can move the dial on this and help people to live with more dignity. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Moran, and Councillor Cole Hamilton.
Yeah, thanks. I fully support the motion. I was just put my light on because it sounded like Councillor Moran wanted to make a slight amendment to the resolution, and I just wanted to second that. Perhaps you want to
articulate
the wording for staff.
Yeah, I mean, this is all directed at Island Health and the medical health officer, and I would just like to actually include community partners and leave it up to staff to determine who those community partners could be, to who may be able to provide some support services. And I know that our staff has been, sorry, that's the addition. I guess I need to wait.
And so it would be a further therefore be it resolved, or it would be modifying an existing.
It would just be added in with, yeah. To request a meeting with Island Health and community partners.
Okay. All right. Ms. Saunders.
Thank you. Through the mayor to Councillor Moran and Council, just wanted to provide some context around work that staff are doing. We do have a motion from council regarding washroom storage and interim shelter. And so that work will include engagement with community partners. So by all means, it can be included here, but it will naturally occur as a part of that. The advocacy to Island Health is unique and different, and so was not sort of planned at that strategic level, but just wanted to offer that for consideration. Of course, council can include it in here as well, but it will be a part of the work that we'll be reporting back on shortly to council as well.
Excellent. And just confirming with staff that you've got the addition. Sure, Pennington.
I can read it more clearly if you like.
Please.
So under the therefore it be resolved, council directs staff to request a meeting with Island Health's medical health officer, Island Health staff, and then that's where we would include and community partners.
Under the first therefore be resolved.
Yes.
Understood. Thank you. We have it.
Excellent. All right. We're all on the same page. Thank you, Councillor Moran, for that, and Councillor Cole Hamilton has seconded that amendment. And so I'll call Councillor Jolicoeur, is this about the amendment? Yeah, okay, so I'll call a vote on the amendment because I think this is just a tweak. So all those in favor of the amendment? That looks unanimous. And now back to the motion as amended, and Councillor Jolicoeur.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. And I just wanted to add my voice. I really appreciate Councillor Moran bringing this forward and the work that staff have been doing this and the support that council has been providing folks who are unsheltered generally in the community. And the framing that Councillor Moran provided for this resolution, I think is really, really important. And I think it really actually draws a line in the sand for us as a local government in saying when it comes to the human rights of housing and the basic necessities of housing, which include washroom facilities, when those aren't met by other levels of government in supporting our community members, there are negative impacts in our community, and they do have a public health and an environmental health impact, and that squarely lies with Island Health. And so I really appreciate Councillor Moran clearly articulating that this is, if this passes, which I will be supporting, that council is really saying, you know, this is for you, Island Health, to really come to the table to address this public health issue. And so I did want to just support that. And I really appreciate, because we do hear from community members regularly around this issue, community members who are desperate for us to take action on this. And that's why we have directed staff to look into public washroom facilities, and particularly to support those who are unsheltered. And so I do appreciate that we are now really inviting those who, in my opinion, are responsible for this specific issue to come to the table in Courtenay in the Comox Valley. So thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Jolicoeur. It looks like that is all the questions and comments. So I'll call the question. All those in favor? That passes unanimously. And now we are on to new business, which there was none. And we'll move into bylaws. Councillor Frisch.
Sorry, Mayor, I forgot to say I'd like to recuse myself from this item. In the past, I've had business dealings when this last came up, and I didn't take part in it. So for the sake of continuity, I'll do the same now, even though there's not really any pecuniary interests involved for me, but be safe, rather safe than sorry. Thanks.
Okay, we'll just wait till you have vacated the room and then we'll. Councillor Cole Hamilton.
Going to move the recommendation, if that's all right.
Excellent. It's been moved and seconded. Any questions or comments regarding this? Seeing none, all those in favor? That passes unanimously, and we can allow council, yeah. All right, and Councillor Cole Hamilton.
I was going to move the recommendation that council adopt zoning amendment bylaw number 3135 on small scale multi-unit housing.
Okay, the SHMU has been first and seconded, and Councillor Jolicoeur.
Thanks. Just a question for clarification. When, and I know that we talked about it in the parking study earlier tonight, but when do we expect to hear that direction around the offsite, offsite or on-street parking? I'll get the nomenclature correctly, I think, around some of the work that we are doing for supporting that close to urban center corridor SHMU spaces.
Through
Marianne, you're up.
Yeah, right. Through the mayor to Councillor Jolicoeur, yes, we in the resolution that was before council made the recommendation that we would do this work for 2025. So that's when that will be. And I just thought I would maybe just let council know as well, if I may, that we had a very successful meeting with the developer industry on June the 5th. And that We had a great engagement and we'll be following up with them with the development permit guidelines that council had raised at the last meeting and working through those with the development industry. And we'll be doing that in July, at the end of July. And we haven't had any other comments on it. In fact, we have lots of inquiries and interest on it. Everything's been fairly positive. And we actually got applause at the workshop we had with the developer industry.
People are applauding here as well, Ms. Wade. So thank you so much for that update and extra context to really give us some of that extra comfort that we're meandering in the right direction and getting that feedback, but also providing those educational opportunities for those that this will be impacting. So with that, I will call the question. All those in favor? That passes unanimously, and we'll move on to the fee and charges amendment bylaw 3138 for 2024. And Councillor McCollum.
I'll move that council adopt fees and charges amendment bylaw number 3138, 2024, development application fees.
It's been moved and seconded. Any questions or comments regarding this? Seeing none, all those in favor? And that passes unanimously, and we will move into council reports, starting with Councillor Cole-Hamilton. We talked about his election. Councillor Frisch, Councillor Hillian.
Thanks, Mayor. With council's indulgence, I do have my report attached, but I would like to acknowledge the death on May 23rd of Andrew Stringfellow, a longtime youth and family counselor in the community, an exemplary citizen, twice president of the Community Justice Center, as well as a dear friend and a significant loss for our community, as well as the death on June 5th of a 30-year-old man named Ben, who was a resident of the Junction. I had the opportunity to actually be with his father when the news was confirmed of his death. And it brought home to me in stark terms that the tendency that some in our community have to look at people on our streets in unfortunate circumstances as somehow somebody else, and not realizing that that somebody else is somebody's son, somebody's brother, somebody's partner, somebody who means something to other people, and taken too soon. So I thank council for that indulgence. I'd also like to acknowledge that I will be away for the next council meeting during a 4-week absence from the community. And I hope that council doesn't miss me too much. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hillian. I appreciate that. Maybe that's why you gave your get the words in this week. Councillor Jolicoeur. That's good. Councillor McCollum. And Councillor Morin.
I haven't done my report, but I'll just say quickly that I was thrilled to attend an event with Margaret Atwood, co-sponsored by Comox Valley Writers Society, Laughing Oyster Bookstore, as well as the Denman Readers and Writers Festival folks. So that was exciting. And it was really busy. And then I was kind of fortunate that the mayor and the acting mayor were both away, because I was able to go to the Comox Valley Writers Society 60th anniversary, which was also a great event out at the Therapeutic Gardens in Comox. And I did purchase a copy of the history, and if anybody would like to look at it, it's really quite interesting. There was one of the original members was in attendance. So anyway, that's those are my highlights this week. Thanks.
Thanks so much, Councillor Morin. Really appreciate it. And not to mention Councillor Cole-Hamilton again, but he actually was in town as acting mayor for a graduation ceremony and actually flew back to Courtenay, then flew back to the conference on his own dime. So this is something that he did on his own. So I just really want to recognize his commitment to his family and also our community and FCM. Councillor Morin.
I'm so sorry. There was something that I was remiss. I also wanted to acknowledge that I went to the retirement party for Ann Davis, who was 31 years at the Comox Valley Transition Society, and what an amazing career she had, and so many lives she's touched over those 31 years. So that was a great celebration as well. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Moore, and thanks for attending that. There was many things that have happened over the last few weeks, but just as a highlight, we did have the Mile of Flowers, and I just want to acknowledge all the work that staff went into that, and also the volunteers who are absolutely thrilled. I don't think I've been hugged by more strangers at an event than on that day, but just people who are just so thrilled to help raise the beautification of our community. I also attended, I think Councillor Morton had mentioned as well, there was a farm tour that elected officials and staff were invited on, and it gave great insight into the farming that's happening in our community, and highly recommend people that are interested to reach out to the Farming Institute for more information. And then yesterday I attended the substance use strategy collaboration, which is moving into a new phase, and just really want to recognize the work that they've done and continue to do. And with that, I will move into our in-camera recommendation. All right, in-camera has been moved and seconded, and I'll call the question. All those in favor? That passes unanimously, and we are adjourned. Oh, so we're going to create a new Zoom link, Councillor Jolicoeur.